Welcome back to Shadow at 3 a.m., the hour when the veil thins, when the whispers from the other side seem just a little bit louder, a little bit closer. Tonight, we delve into a story that unfolded not in a creaky old mansion or a fog-shrouded cemetery, but in the seemingly ordinary life of a woman named Anna, a life that was about to be irrevocably changed by a presence unseen, a battle fought in the silent landscape of the mind, the genesis of unease, the close of day, a ritual as old as time itself, should have ushered in a period of respite for Anna. The relentless demands of her work as a freelance graphic designer, the constant hum of deadlines and creative pressure that vibrated beneath her skin, typically receded with a fading light, replaced by the quiet promise of unconsciousness. Her small apartment, usually a sanctuary filled with the comforting clutter of her artistic endeavors, transformed into a haven of anticipated silence. Yet in the recent weeks, this fundamental transition had become fraught with a creeping unease, a subtle discord that soured the anticipated peace. The familiar comfort of her bedroom had begun to feel subtly alien, the shadows lengthening on the walls taking on a more pronounced and vaguely threatening quality. It began with a disquieting sensation, a heavy, almost suffocating weight that pressed upon her chest in that nebulous borderland between wakefulness and sleep. It wasn't the crushing force of physical ailment, but something more insidious, more psychological, a profound sense of being pinned down, utterly immobile, while her mind remained stubbornly, terrifyingly awake. Sleep paralysis. The term itself sounded clinical, detached, a sterile label for a deeply primal and profoundly unsettling experience. For most who encountered it, it was a fleeting anomaly, a momentary stutter in the complex orchestration of the brain's sleep cycles. A brief brush with terror, quickly dismissed with a shake of the head and a return to the comforting embrace of true slumber. But for Anna, the fleeting had become frequent, the anomaly a recurring nightmare that stalked the edges of her consciousness with increasing audacity. The suffocating pressure, the absolute inability to command her limbs, the frantic internal struggle to break free from her body's inert prison. These were the unwelcome hallmarks of this nocturnal torment, sensations she now anticipated with gnawing dread that shadowed her waking hours. Yet, the purely physical aspects of sleep paralysis, terrifying as they were only the initial tendrils of the true horror that awaited her in the darkness. It was a feeling, the visceral, undeniable certainty of another presence within the confines of her small bedroom, not a vague sense of unease, but a distinct, almost palpable awareness of being watched, scrutinized by unseen eyes from the deepest recesses of the encroaching night. At first, it was a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a prickling sensation that danced across the nape of her neck like the phantom touch of icy fingers. A sudden, localized drop in temperature, a pocket of unnatural cold that defied the humid summer air clinging to her skin. The kind of instinctive feeling that triggered a primal urge to burrow deeper beneath the covers, seeking the illusory safety of a thin cotton shield against an unseen threat. But as the episodes intensified, the sensation evolved, becoming more defined, more focused. It was no longer just a feeling of being watched. It was a distinct impression of focused gaze, a silent, unwavering scrutiny that sent shivers of pure dread snaking down her spine. And then the shadow appeared. It wasn't the amorphous, shapeless blob of pure nightmare fuel that some unfortunate souls describe in hushed, fearful tones on online forums. This shadow possessed a distinct form, a recognizable silhouette that stood at the periphery of her vision during the paralyzing episodes. It was tall, elongated, its edges blurred by the oppressive darkness, yet there was something undeniably familiar about its posture, its stance. A certain way it held itself, a subtle tilt of what might have been its head, a slight, almost weary slump of its shoulders. These details, however fleeting and indistinct, resonated with deep and unsettling familiarity within Anna's subconscious. It mirrored her father, David, a man whose quiet strength and dependable presence had been the unwavering anchor of her childhood. His tall, slightly stooped frame, a consequence of years spent hunched over architectural blueprints, was an image indelibly etched in her memory. The way he would often tilt his head to the side when listening intently, a thoughtful furrow in his brow, was a characteristic gesture she had witnessed countless times. David had been taken too soon by a sudden, aggressive illness, leaving a void in Anna's life that felt as vast and cold as the starless night sky. The raw ache of his absence was a constant companion, a dull throb beneath the surface of her daily existence. In the suffocating grip of her sleep paralysis, as her body remained stubbornly unresponsive to the frantic commands of her conscious mind, Anna's thoughts raced, a chaotic torrent of fear and confusion. Could it be? Could this terrifying manifestation in the shadows be some distorted echo of her grief, a spectral residue of her father's lingering presence in the familiar space of her bedroom? The thought, however logical and steeped in fear, offered a perverse kind of solace, a desperate, almost childlike yearning for connection with the lost comfort of his presence. But then, the insidious tendrils of doubt would inevitably creep in, poison the fragile tendrils of hope. The chilling realization that this shadow, while bearing the undeniably familiar posture, felt fundamentally wrong. There was a coldness emanating from it, a profound stillness that was starkly at odds with the warm, comforting energy she so vividly remembered radiating from her father. This shadow felt empty, devoid of the gentle kindness that had defined him, a sense of something alien, something inherently other, masquerading in a beloved and deeply personal form. The unspoken question that clawed at Anna's paralyzed throat, a silent scream trapped within the confines of her immobile body, was a torment in itself. Was this truly a fragmented figment of her memory, a grief-stricken hallucination conjured by the raw terror of the moment? Or was something far more sinister at play in the oppressive darkness of her room? Something darker, something colder, something that knew her loss, knew her pain, and was cruelly, deliberately exploiting her deepest vulnerabilities? The shadow began to move, not with the fluid grace of a spectral being in a Gothic tale, but with a slow, deliberate drift across the worn wooden floorboards, each silent inch of its progress amplifying the suffocating dread that constricted Anna's breathing. It moved with a hesitant gait, a subtle, almost imperceptible drag of what might have been one of its feet, a detail that chillingly mirrored a temporary limp her father had developed after a minor knee injury years ago, a limp she had almost forgotten until this terrifying mimicry resurrected the memory. The air in the room seemed to thicken, becoming heavy and oppressive, charged with an unseen, malevolent energy. A faint, almost imperceptible scent began to permeate the stillness, a subtle aroma that tugged at the frayed edges of Anna's memory, the distinct, comforting smell of old wood and pipe tobacco that had always clung to her father's clothes, a scent that had been a constant backdrop to her childhood. But beneath this familiar and once comforting aroma, a new, discordant note emerged, a metallic tang, sharp and unsettling like the faint, acrid scent of dried blood. Was this a warning? Etched in the language of her deepest fears? A cruel, elaborate trick of her subconscious, conjuring familiar only to amplify the terror to unbearable levels? Or was it something far more sinister, a malevolent entity that had somehow gained access to most intimate corners of her memory, meticulously crafting an illusion designed to inflict the maximum psychological damage? A wolf in the sheepskin of her grief, its familiar guise a mask for something cold and utterly alien. The shadow continued its slow, deliberate approach, its indistinct form now looming at the foot of her bed, a silent, menacing sentinel in the oppressive darkness. The slight slump of its shoulders, the almost imperceptible tilt of its head. These small, familiar details were like hooks, snagging on the raw edges of Anna's grief, twisting cherished memories into instruments of torment. As the oppressive stillness pressed in, a suffocating blanket of fear and dread, as the familiar shadow loomed larger, more defined in the dim moonlight filtering through her window, Anna's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic, desperate drumbeat against a profound and terrifying silence. One chilling thought echoed in the silent chambers of her mind, a thought that would cling to her like a persistent shadow even in the bright light of day. If this wasn't her father, then what in God's name was it? And what unspeakable desire lurked behind that familiar, yet utterly alien facade? This was the genesis, the first tendril of a nightmare that threatened to unravel the very fabric of Anna's sanity, blurring the fragile lines between grief and terror, between cherished memory and malevolent mimicry. And as the familiar shadow stood silently at the foot of her bed, its presence a suffocating weight in the oppressive darkness, Anna had no inkling of the terrifying depths into which she was about to be dragged, the horrifying truths that lay waiting just beyond the veil of sleep. The unsettling stillness of the night held its breath, anticipating the unfolding of a terror uniquely crafted for her deepest vulnerabilities. Part 2. The intrusions of the familiar. The oppressive chill that had permeated the room during the initial terrifying paralysis lingered like a malevolent residue, clinging to the very air Anna breathed long after her body had regained its sluggish responsiveness. She lay there, limbs heavy and trembling, her heart still hammering a frantic, uneven rhythm against her ribs. The spectral image of the familiar yet alien shadow seared onto the inner canvas of her eyelids. Sleep, the supposed sanctuary for a weary mind and body, had irrevocably transformed into a treacherous precipice, each hesitant drift into the beckoning darkness, now carrying the terrifying potential a renewed plunge back into that suffocating, immobilizing terror. The subsequent days bled into a succession of anxiety-ridden nights, each one punctuated by the ever-present, gnawing dread of the impending descent into unconsciousness. Anna, desperate for any semblance of control in a world that felt increasingly surreal and threatening, embarked on a frantic quest for solace. She brewed concoctions of herbal teas promising tranquility and a gentle easing into slumber, their earthy aromas filling her small apartment with a fragile sense of calm that never truly reached the core of her fear. She diligently followed guided meditations, the soothing voices attempting to untangle the knots of tension that had taken root in her mind, but the calming words seemed to evaporate before they could truly penetrate the deep-seated anxiety. Even a meticulous adjustment of her sleep schedule, a rigid adherence to a pattern she hoped would somehow outsmart the nocturnal terror, proved futile. The shadow, and the paralyzing fear it brought, remained a constant, a silent, unseen stalker lurking just beyond the fragile veil of her waking consciousness, patiently awaiting the inevitable surrender to sleep. And then the unsettling familiarity deepened, twisting the knife of her fear with agonizing precision. It was no longer solely the posture, the vague, looming outline in the periphery of her vision that echoed the lost presence of her father. Now, subtle auditory intrusions began to weave their way into the suffocating silence of her paralysis, sounds that resonated with an intimate and deeply personal familiarity. A faint, almost inaudible shuffling near the foot of her bed, a soft, dragging sound that chillingly mirrored the gentle scrape of his worn leather slippers against the polished wooden floors of their old house. A quiet sigh, heavy with a weariness Anna remembered so vividly from his long, demanding days of the architectural firm, a sound that once evoked empathy and concern now sent shivers of icy dread down her spine. These weren't the dramatic, theatrical pronouncements of a spectral visitor from a Gothic novel, the booming voices or the dramatic creaks and groans of a stereotypical haunted house. These were the small, intimate sounds of her father's everyday presence, the mundane noises that had once formed a comforting and reassuring backdrop to her life, now grotesquely twisted into instruments of a creeping, insidious dread. The very intimacy of these sounds, their deep connection to cherished memories, amplified the terror, making the experience feel like profound and deeply personal violation. But the most profoundly unsettling auditory intrusion was the whisper. Faint, almost inaudible, it danced at the very edges of her perception, like the dry rustling of autumn leaves caught in a gentle breeze, or the distant, unintelligible murmur of a hushed conversation she couldn't quite grasp. It would insinuate itself into fragile edges of her consciousness as she teetered precariously on the brink of sleep, a sibilant murmur that seemed to weave its way through the oppressive silence, often sounding as if it were softly, intimately calling her name. The content of these spectral whispers remained frustratingly elusive, just fragmented syllables, the rise and fall of a voice that felt achingly familiar, tugging at the frayed edges of her memory, yet remaining stubbornly out of reach, like a half-forgotten dream. But there was an undeniable cadence to it, a rhythmic pattern in the hushed sounds that resonated deep within the core of her being, stirring half-forgotten memories, long-buried emotions, and profound sense of unease that transcended mere fear. One particularly terrifying night, as a familiar leaden weight of paralysis began to creep over her limbs, the whisper became momentarily clearer, sharper, cutting through the oppressive silence like a shard of ice. Just a single word, breathed so softly, so intimately close, that for a fleeting moment, Anna questioned whether it was merely the cruel trickery of her own overactive imagination. But the word, it was his name. Anna, the precise inflection, the gentle lilt, the soft caress of sound that was so uniquely his, resonated with a chilling familiarity that sent a jolt of pure terror through her paralyzed form. A tidal wave of conflicting emotions crashed over her, a tumultuous surge of longing and dread, a desperate yearning for the familiar comfort of his voice, a primal instinct to reach out and connect with that lost presence. But overriding this desperate longing was a profound and visceral sense of wrongness, a chilling violation of the natural order. That beloved sound, the very essence of her father's gentle affection, emanating from that terrifying, silent shadow, felt like a grotesque perversion, a cherished photograph suddenly twisting into a nightmarish caricature. The spectral whispers continued their insidious intrusions in the subsequent nights, each one a fragmented echo from the corridors of her past. A comforting phrase he used, a murmur, whenever she was troubled or facing a difficult decision. A silly pet name he had affectionately called her when she was a small child, a snippet of a bedtime story he used to read with dramatic flair. Each familiar sound was like a fresh twist of the knife, a deeper, more agonizing penetration into her most vulnerable and cherished memories, transforming them into instruments of her torment. The gnawing question that haunted her waking hours intensified, its insidious tendrils wrapping tighter around her sanity. Was this truly her father's spirit, somehow tragically trapped in some terrifying intermediary state between worlds, desperately attempting to reach out to her in this distorted and horrifying manner? Or was something far more sinister and calculating at play in the oppressive darkness of her bedroom, a malevolent entity meticulously studying the intricate tapestry of her memories, learning the intimate language of her grief in order to torment her with ever-increasing effectiveness? The chilling thought that was the latter sent a fresh wave of icy dread cascading down her spine, each vertebra a point of agonizing awareness. The very idea that something cold, alien, and utterly devoid of empathy was wearing the stolen skin of her beloved father, mimicking his voice, his mannerisms, the very essence of his being, in order to gain some unseen, terrifying advantage, was almost unbearable to contemplate. One particularly harrowing night, during the suffocating paralysis, the shadow slowly raised a hand. The gesture was deliberate, almost hesitant, and for a horrifying, drawn-out moment, Anna's terror reached a fever pitch as she thought it was finally going to reach out and touch her. The indistinct shape of the hand, the subtle curve of the fingers, even a faint suggestion of the familiar lines on his palm. It was undeniably his hand. But then, the spectral hand stopped, hovering just inches above her outstretched, yet immobile, arm. And from the silent, looming form came another whisper, clearer and more distinct than any before, laced with a chillingly familiar weariness that resonated deep within Anna's soul. Tired, Anna, so tired. The words, spoken in a voice that so perfectly echoed her father's quiet exhaustion during his final, agonizing days, were almost enough to shatter the wall of terror that had encased her heart. A desperate, primal plea for connection war with the overwhelming instinct to scream, to fight against the invisible bonds of paralysis that held her captive in this terrifying tableau. Was this a message, a genuine cry for help from a tormented spirit trapped between worlds? Or was it yet another carefully crafted deception, a cruel and calculated manipulation designed to lower her guard, to exploit her deepest vulnerabilities, and draw her further into the heart of this terrifying nightmare? As the familiar whispers continued to weave their insidious way into the fragile fabric of her sleep, each one a painful echo from a happier past, Anna knew with a chilling certainty that this was no longer simply sleep paralysis. Something else, something far more profound and terrifying, was happening in the oppressive darkness of her bedroom, something that knew her intimately and completely, something that was wearing the stolen face and whispering with the stolen voice of her deepest love and her most profound loss. And the unsettling stillness of the night held a terrifying promise of even greater, more personal terrors yet to come, each one designed to chip away at the remnants of her sanity. Part 3. The Weight of Recognition. The spectral whispers, once faint and fleeting auditory intrusions that danced at the periphery of Anna's consciousness, began to solidify, to coalesce into more coherent, albeit still fragmented and deeply unsettling, forms of communication. They were invariably tethered to him, to the cherished memories of her father, David, snippets of mundane conversations they had shared over countless family dinners, silly inside jokes that only their intertwined history could unlock, endearments whispered in moments of quiet intimacy and unspoken understanding. These spectral fragments, once anchors of love and connection, were now being dredged up from the depths of her memory and weaponized against her in the suffocating stillness of her paralyzed state. Each recovered shard of a happier past felt like a sliver of exquisitely crafted glass, beautiful in its undeniable familiarity, yet possessing an agonizing sharpness, capable of drawing fresh emotional blood with each spectral utterance. The anticipation of nightfall, once a welcome signal of rest and respite, now filled Anna with profound and visceral dread that settled deep within the pit of her stomach, a cold, leaden weight that seemed to cling to her like a second, unwelcome skin. The comforting familiarity of her small apartment, once a sanctuary filled with the tangible manifestations of her creative spirit, had been irrevocably tainted, the once welcoming shadows now imbued with a palpable sense of menace, the quiet corners seeming to harbor unseen, malevolent observers. She began resorting to desperate measures, leaving the bedside lamp burning throughout the long, oppressive nights, a pathetic and ultimately futile attempt to ward off the encroaching darkness and the increasingly vivid image of the familiar shadow that awaited her in the suffocating stillness. But even the weak, artificial glow of the lamp seemed incapable of fully penetrating the oppressive atmosphere that settled over her bedroom as the inevitable pull of sleep began its insidious work, dragging her back towards a terrifying precipice of unconsciousness. The suffocating paralysis remained a constant, the leaden weight pressing down on her chest a horrifying prelude to the more insidious and psychologically invasive torment that invariably followed. Now, interwoven with the increasingly coherent whispers, came a new layer of sensor manipulation, phantom sensations that blurred the already fragile lines between memory and nightmare. A faint, almost ethereal pressure on her hand, as if an unseen presence were gently holding it, a gesture her father had often offered in moments of quiet comfort and unspoken reassurance. The subtle, feather-light brush of something against her cheek, a chillingly accurate mimicry of his absent goodnight kiss. A ritual that had once been a comforting bookend to her day now sent shivers of icy revulsion snaking down her spine. These phantom touches, so intimately and irrevocably connected to her most cherished memories of him, were far more profoundly disturbing than any grotesque, monstrous apparition could ever have been. They eroded the already porous boundaries between her grief-stricken recollections and the terrifyingly tangible reality of her sleep paralysis, making it increasingly, agonizingly difficult to discern where the comforting echoes of the past ended and the malevolent intrusions of the present began. The emotional toll of these nightly visitations was immense, a relentless assault on her already fragile psyche. Each descent into sleep was a fresh, agonizing wave of grief, meticulously twisted and weaponized against her by the unseen presence. The familiar sounds and sensations, once the steadfast anchors of love, security, and unwavering connection, were now being perverted into instruments of profound and deeply personal horror, each spectral mimicry of fresh tear in the already tattered fabric of her emotional well-being. She felt as though the most sacred and cherished corners of her memory were being systematically violated, her deepest vulnerabilities brutally exposed and callously exploited by an unseen, malevolent intelligence that seemed to know her better than she knew herself. One particularly harrowing night, as the familiar leaden weight of paralysis began its suffocating descent, the spectral whisper was longer, more distinct, and chillingly more coherent than ever before. It was a specific phrase her father had often uttered whenever she was grappling with a difficult decision, a moment of uncertainty that required her to delve deep within her own intuition. "What does your gut tell you, Annie?" The casual intimacy of the familiar childhood nickname, the precise cadence and gentle inflection of his voice, emanating from that silent, looming, and undeniably malevolent shadowy form, sent a jolt of pure, icy dread straight to the very core of her being. It felt too real, too intimately specific, too deeply personal to be dismissed as a mere trick of her fractured and sleep-deprived mind. The terrifying possibility that this was somehow him, her beloved father, tragically trapped in some unimaginable, terrifying intermediary state between worlds, desperately attempting to reach out to her across an impossible divide in this distorted and horrifying manner, was almost more than her fragile psyche could bear. It ignited a desperate, flickering ember of hope amidst the overwhelming darkness of her fear, a primal yearning to understand, to somehow reconnect with a familiar presence despite the profound terror it evoked. But then, the cold, hard tendrils of reason, however battered and bruised by the nightly assaults, would inevitably snake their way back into the forefront of her thoughts, whispering their own chilling and irrefutable counterargument. Could her own profound grief, her desperate and unwavering longing to somehow reconnect with the comforting presence of her departed father, be powerful enough to conjure these incredibly detailed and emotionally resonant illusions? Was her own mind, fractured and frayed by sleepless nights and relentless terror, somehow capable of manufacturing this elaborate, deeply personal, and increasingly sophisticated torment? The alternative explanation, however, was a descent into an even more profound and terrifying abyss. That some other entity, something cold, calculating, and utterly malevolent, was meticulously studying the intricate map of her memories, dissecting her deepest emotions with surgical precision, and then using the stolen intimacy with ruthless effectiveness to inflict the maximum amount of psychological damage. The very thought that she was being so intimately known, so brutally understood by something utterly alien and devoid of human empathy, was enough to send shivers of icy dread rippling across her skin even in the relative safety of her waking hours. The weight of this unsettling and increasingly terrifying knowledge began to seep into the very fabric of Anna's waking life, casting a pall of suspicion over every cherished memory, every familiar sound, every fleeting sensation. She found herself obsessively scrutinizing her recollections, desperately searching for inconsistencies, for any subtle detail that might betray the true, malevolent nature of the presence that haunted her sleep. She pored over old photographs, her fingers tracing familiar lines of her father's face, listened to crackling recordings of his voice, her heart aching with a desperate longing to reconcile the comforting reality of the man she loved with the terrifying, spectral mimicry that awaited her in the oppressive darkness of each approaching night. The already fragile line between the solid, reassuring world of waking reality and the fluid, terrifying landscape of her nightmares began to blur with increasing and alarming frequency. Sometimes, during the mundane routines of the day, she would catch a fleeting, almost imperceptible glimpse of familiar silhouette in the periphery of her vision, a momentary, ghostly echo of the looming shadow that stood sentinel at the foot of her bed each night. A familiar scent, the comforting aroma of pipe tobacco that she hadn't consciously registered in years, would momentarily fill the air around her, only to vanish without a trace, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease and a chilling premonition of the terrors that awaited her in the darkness. These waking echoes served as constant, unwelcome reminders of the insidious presence that lay dormant during the day, patiently gathering its strength for the next nocturnal assault. As the familiar whispers continued their insidious work, weaving their way deeper and deeper into the already tattered fabric of her fear, Anna felt a growing sense of profound desperation, a chilling realization that she couldn't possibly continue to exist in this terrifying limbo, trapped in this relentless and increasingly sophisticated cycle of sleep and waking dread. She had to find answers, to somehow understand the true nature of the presence that haunted her nights, the entity that so cruelly and effectively wore the face and spoke with the stolen voice of her deepest love and her most profound loss. The weight of this terrifying and increasingly personal knowledge pressed down on her, a suffocating burden that threatened to crush the last vestiges of her sanity. And the unsettling stillness of the approaching night seemed to hold its breath, waiting with an almost palpable anticipation to reveal the next, even more terrifying layer of its horrifying truth. Part 4. The fabricated familiarity. The insidious mimicry that plagued Anna's sleep began to transcend the simple regurgitation of fragmented memories and familiar vocal inflections. It evolved into something far more disturbing, a perverse and unsettling form of interactive torment. The spectral whispers were no longer just echoes of the past. They were becoming unsettlingly out-of-context responses to Anna's waking thoughts, as if the unseen presence had somehow established a terrifying, one-way line of communication with her subconscious. A fleeting daytime recollection of a shared joke with her grandmother might be met with a distorted, sibilant echo of her grandmother's hearty laughter during the suffocating stillness of her sleep paralysis, the joyous sound now imbued with a chilling, mocking quality. A silent, internal debate about a work project could be punctuated by a spectral whisper of her father's encouraging advice, the once comforting words now laced with an unsettling undertone of something else. The phantom sensations, too, underwent a disturbing transformation, mirroring the increasing sophistication of the auditory mimicry. The gentle, comforting pressure on her hand, so reminiscent of her father's reassuring touch, which sometimes tightened with an unsettling possessiveness, the warmth replaced by a clammy, almost icy grip that sent involuntary shivers of revulsion crawling across her skin. The feather-light brush against her cheek, once a spectral echo of his goodnight kiss, would occasionally linger, becoming a cold, almost probing touch that felt like an invasive violation, leaving behind a residue of profound unease. The very intimacy of these phantom sensations, once inextricably linked to cherished memories of love and security, were now being perverted into instruments of a deeply personal and profoundly unsettling horror, each spectral touch a fresh assault on her already frayed emotional defenses. Anna's waking hours became an increasingly desperate and frantic quest for understanding, a relentless pursuit of any logical explanation that could anchor her teetering sanity amidst the encroaching tide of the impossible. She immersed herself in the digital rabbit holes of online forums dedicated to the enigmatic phenomenon of sleep paralysis, clinging to the shared experiences of strangers like a drowning person grasps at a floating piece of debris. While many accounts detailed the classic hallmarks, the shadowy figures, the oppressive weight on the chest, the overwhelming sense of dread, few, if any, described a specific, intensely personalized mimicry that haunted her nights with such unnerving precision. This stark absence of similar experiences only amplified Anna's growing sense of isolation, the terrifying feeling that her torment was unique, targeted, a meticulously crafted nightmare designed solely for her. Her dream journal, initially a tool for objective documentation, transformed into a desperate chronicle of her descent into terror. She meticulously recorded every minute detail of her sleep paralysis episodes, the precise posture and indistinct features of the shifting familiar shadows, the specific words and distorted inflections of the spectral whispers, the evolving nature of the phantom sensations. Rereading these increasingly detailed entries only solidified the horrifying pattern that was emerging. The unseen presence was not merely replaying her past. It was actively learning her, studying the intricate nuances of her memories and emotional responses, adapting its torment with an unnerving and chilling precision that spoke of a cold, calculating intelligence. One particularly oppressive night, the shadow that loomed at the foot of her bed appeared more defined than ever before, its indistinct form momentarily solidifying in the pale, ethereal moonlight that filtered through her bedroom window. It tilted its head, a gesture so precisely mirroring her father's thoughtful consideration, a subtle movement she had witnessed countless times during their quiet conversations, that a sudden, sharp pang of longing pierced through Anna's terror, a desperate yearning for the lost comfort of his presence. And then the shadow spoke. The voice that emanated from the silent form was not the booming pronouncement of a vengeful spirit, nor the guttural growl of a demonic entity. Instead, it was quiet, raspy, an almost perfect imitation of her father's voice when he had been battling a persistent cold, a familiar sound that tugged at the raw edges of her grief. The words themselves were simple, innocuous, a phrase he had uttered countless times every morning as he greeted her. "Morning, Annie. Sleep well." The casual familiarity, the gentle, almost absent-minded affection in the tone. It was a flawless, chillingly accurate imitation, devoid of any genuine warmth or love. And it was precisely this perfection, this hollow mimicry of something so deeply cherished, that made it so utterly, profoundly terrifying. It wasn't a monstrous entity roaring in the oppressive darkness. It was a spectral ghost of her father's warmth and affection, grotesquely twisted into something cold, malevolent, and utterly alien. The sound, so achingly familiar, and yet so fundamentally wrong, felt like a razor-sharp blade slicing through the fragile remnants of her emotional defenses, leaving her feeling exposed and utterly vulnerable. Anna's paralyzed body remained stubbornly unresponsive to the frantic commands of her terrified mind. She tried to scream, to unleash the primal terror that clawed her throat, to fight against the invisible bonds that held her captive in this horrifying, personalized tableau, but no sound would escape her constricted vocal cords. Hot, silent tears streamed down her face, a wet, desperate testament to profound and deeply personal violation she felt, the chilling realization that her most sacred memories were being desecrated. This wasn't just a nightmare. It was an invasion, a hostile and deeply intimate takeover of the most cherished corners of her mind. The terrifying question of the presence's true identity became even more urgent, more profoundly unsettling. If this wasn't the lost and confused spirit of her father, somehow tragically trapped between worlds, then what malevolent entity possessed a horrifying ability to so perfectly replicate his voice, his mannerisms, the intimate details of their shared past? Was it a demon, feeding on her raw grief and exploiting her deepest vulnerabilities? A shape-shifting entity from some unimaginable realm that had somehow gained access to the deepest recesses of her mind, meticulously studying the intricate map of her memories? The very thought that something so utterly alien and devoid of human empathy could so convincingly mimic the essence of her beloved father, the warmth of his voice, the gentle nuances of his touch, was almost more than Anna's fragile psyche could bear. It felt like a profound betrayal, a grotesque desecration of his memory, poisoning the very comfort she once found in thinking of him. The act of remembrance, once a source of solace, was now tainted by the chilling possibility that his image, his voice, his very essence were being weaponized against her, wielded as instruments of torment in this terrifying nightly ritual. The crushing weight of this horrifying realization settled upon Anna, a suffocating burden that threatened to extinguish the last flickering embers of her hope. Sleep was no longer a sanctuary, a respite from the trials of the day. It had become a terrifying battleground where her own most cherished memories were being twisted and perverted, turned against her with cruel and calculated precision. The familiar had become the ultimate source of dread, a constant, agonizing reminder how intimately she was being haunted, how deeply her most personal vulnerabilities were being exploited. The mimicry had deepened. The illusion had become almost flawless, and the unsettling stillness of the night held the chilling promise of even greater, more intimate, and profoundly terrifying deceptions yet to come, each one a deeper, more agonizing cut into the very heart of her most cherished memories. Part 5. The tangible deception. The insidious blurring of the boundaries between the suffocating terror of Anna's sleep paralysis and the fragile semblance of normalcy in her waking hours intensified, casting a pall of unease over every moment of her day. The lingering chill that permeated her bedroom during the nocturnal episodes would sometimes cling to her skin with an unnerving persistence, a spectral residue that no amount of sunlight or warm showers could fully dispel. Phantom echoes of her father's voice, spectral snippets of familiar phrases and endearments, would occasionally whisper at the very edges of her hearing when she was utterly alone in the quiet confines of her apartment, their once comforting resonance now imbued with chilling undercurrent of the unnatural. These unwelcome intrusions of the night into the relative safety of her days served as constant, unsettling reminders of the profound terror that relentlessly awaited her with the inevitable setting of the sun, a dark cloud perpetually looming on the horizon of her consciousness. Sleep, one of the fundamental human need, a biological imperative offering respite and rejuvenation, had become a dreaded battlefield that Anna approached with a growing sense of profound despair and utter resignation. Every hesitant attempt to find rest was now fraught with a suffocating wave of anxiety, the agonizing anticipation of the familiar shadow, and its increasingly sophisticated and deeply personal mimicry, a crushing weight that settled upon her chest even before the first tendrils of the paralyzing dread began their insidious creep. She resorted to increasingly desperate measures to stave off the inevitable descent into unconsciousness, clinging to the flickering light of late-night television, immersing herself in the distracting noise of podcasts, desperately hoping to exhaust her mind into a state of dreamless oblivion. But the relentless biological imperative of sleep always won out in the end, dragging her back, against her will, into the terrifying embrace of the nightmare's meticulously crafted reality. The malevolent mimicry that haunted Anna's paralyzed state now extended beyond the purely auditory and visual realms, venturing into profoundly intimate and deeply unsettling territory of physical sensation. One particularly harrowing night, as the familiar leaden weight of paralysis began its suffocating descent, Anna felt a distinct and undeniably real sensation of a hand gently stroking her hair. The touch was so incredibly precise, so perfectly mirroring the comforting way her father used to soothe her when she was upset or distressed, a familiar gesture that had always conveyed unwavering love and reassurance, that a choked sob of mingled longing and profound dread caught in her throat. Hot, silent tears welled in her eyes, a confusing and agonizing mixture of a desperate yearning for the lost comfort and the chillingly undeniable wrongness of the sensation within the context of her terror. The spectral touch lingered, a disturbingly warm and intimately familiar pressure against her scalp, the subtle movements perfectly replicating the gentle caress of his hand. For a fleeting, almost hallucinatory moment, a desperate flicker of irrational hope ignited within the deepest recesses of her heart. Could this truly be him? Somehow reaching out across the insurmountable divide of death, a desperate and impossibly tangible attempt to comfort her, even in this terrifyingly distorted and unnatural way? But the cold, hard tendrils of reason, however weakened by exhaustion and fear, quickly snaked their way back into the forefront of her consciousness, extinguishing that fragile spark of hope with brutal efficiency. The context was undeniably wrong. The suffocating paralysis, the silent, looming presence of the malevolent shadow at the foot of her bed, these were the undeniable hallmarks of the nightmare, a stark and terrifying reality that no comforting memory could truly penetrate. The spectral touch felt like a cruel and calculated mockery, a perverse and deeply unsettling imitation of a loving gesture, designed not to comfort, but to further erode her sanity and blur the already fragile lines between cherished memory and terrifying reality. The following night, the familiar, spectral touch returned, but this time it manifested with a subtle yet profoundly disturbing difference. The gentle, almost ethereal caress morphed into a firm, undeniably possessive grip on her forearm. The pressure was no longer comforting. It was unsettling, bordering on painful, a tangible manifestation of an unseen control. It was a touch she recognized, a way her father would sometimes hold her arm when he was worried about her safety or trying to gently steer her away from perceived danger. But in this terrifying context, emanating from the silent, malevolent shadow, the familiar grip felt controlling, threatening, a chilling demonstration of the unseen presence's growing power and insidious intent. The subtle yet significant evolution of the spectral touch was particularly disturbing, suggesting a terrifyingly acute awareness on the part of the unseen presence. It was as if the entity was not only studying her memories, but also actively monitoring her emotional responses, meticulously cataloging her triggers and vulnerabilities, learning the intimate language of her physical comfort and security, in order to pervert and exploit it with ever-increasing effectiveness. The tangible deception was becoming more sophisticated, more invasive, striking at the very core of her sense of safety and trust. The spectral whispers, too, underwent a disturbing transformation, evolving beyond mere echoes of the past into something resembling disjointed, unsettlingly personal conversations. The shadow might whisper a question her father had posed to her years ago during a moment of youthful uncertainty, followed by a distorted, sibilant echo of her own long-forgotten reply. It was like being forced to witness fragmented scenes from her past playing out in a horrifying, silent theater, with a familiar shadow as the sole malevolent actor manipulating her own memories for its own terrifying purposes. One particularly harrowing night, the shadow leaned closer, its indistinct form seeming to coalesce and solidify slightly in the oppressive darkness, as if granting her a fleeting glimpse behind its deceptive facade. It whispered a secret, something deeply personal and profoundly vulnerable that Anna had only ever shared with her father in a moment of absolute trust. The sheer intimacy of the spectral revelation, spoken in that chillingly familiar yet utterly alien voice, felt like the ultimate invasion, a grotesque and irreversible violation of the most sacred and private corners of her memory, leaving her feeling exposed and utterly defenseless. The terror was no longer solely focused on the menacing presence itself, but on its increasingly intimate and invasive knowledge of her life, her past, her deepest emotions, her most vulnerable secrets. It felt as though her very identity was being systematically preyed upon, her most cherished memories and private moments weaponized against her in this relentless and deeply personal nightmare. The comforting familiarity had become the ultimate source of dread, a constant, agonizing reminder how intimately she was being haunted, how deeply her most personal vulnerabilities were being exploited by an unseen intelligence that seemed to know her better than she knew herself. Anna felt increasingly helpless, trapped in a meticulously crafted nightmare that seemed to be custom designed to exploit her deepest fears and most cherished memories. The tangible deception of the familiar touch, the whispered secrets that echoed the most intimate moments of her past. They were all insidious tools, meticulously crafted to erode her sanity, to blur the already fragile lines between love and terror until she no longer knew what to believe, who to trust, or what was truly real. The unsettling stillness of the night held the chilling promise of even more intimate and terrifying deceptions to come, each one a deeper, more agonizing cut into the very heart of her memories, threatening to shatter the last vestiges of her sanity. Part 6. The Spectral Congregation. The singular, disturbingly familiar shadow of her father, which had initially been the sole, terrifying anchor of Anna's sleep paralysis, began to fragment, to multiply into a horrifying congregation of spectral figures drawn from the deepest recesses of her past. The suffocating, leaden weight of paralysis remained the constant, terrifying anchor of her nocturnal torment, the immutable stage upon which this horrifying drama unfolded. But the figure that loomed in the oppressive darkness at the foot of her bed, the focal point of her paralyzing fear, was no longer a solitary specter. The familiar had become a crowd, each face drawn from the wellspring of her most cherished memories, now grotesquely twisted into silent, menacing effigies. One particularly harrowing night, the familiar shadow of her father was abruptly replaced by the unmistakable silhouette of her grandmother, Elizabeth. The familiar, slightly stooped posture, a consequence of years spent tending her beloved rose garden, the gentle way she used to clasp her frail, arthritic hands in front of her. These details were rendered with chillingly accurate precision that sent a fresh wave of icy dread washing over Anna. The faint, comforting scent of lavender, so inextricably linked to her grandmother's warm and nurturing presence, filled the stagnant air of the paralyzed room, now carrying a sickeningly sweet undertone. But the eyes that Anna could now discern in the dim moonlight filtering through her window, eyes that should have been filled with the gentle warmth of a loving matriarch, were instead cold, vacant, utterly devoid of the familiar twinkle, replaced by an unsettling emptiness that spoke of something profoundly wrong. The spectral whisper that followed, a distorted, sibilant rendition of her grandmother's soft, comforting humming, a melody that had once lulled Anna to sleep in her childhood, now sounded alien, unsettling, a perversion of cherished sound. The following night brought a different, equally disturbing familiar face. Her childhood best friend, Sarah. The recognizable way she used to stand, one hip slightly cocked in a characteristic pose of youthful confidence, her arms often crossed in a gesture of casual camaraderie. A faint, spectral echo of Sarah's infectious, bright laughter rippled to the oppressive silence of the paralyzed room, but it was hollow, devoid of the genuine joy and carefree spirit Anna so vividly remembered. The spectral whispered words were fragmented snippets of their childhood games, innocent phrases and secret codes from a time of unburdened joy, now grotesquely twisted into something sinister and threatening by the suffocating context of the paralysis and the looming, spectral figure of her dearest friend. The terrifying parade of familiar faces continued night after night, each spectral apparition a deeply personal and profoundly disturbing violation of Anna's past. A kind, elderly teacher who had fostered her early artistic talents, a beloved, jovial uncle whose booming laughter had once filled family gatherings, even a fleeting, heartbreaking glimpse of Buster, her cherished childhood dog, his tail no longer wagging with joyful abandon, but hanging limp and still. All were contorted into silent, menacing figures within the suffocating darkness of her sleep paralysis. Each spectral appearance brought with it a fresh wave of disorientation, a sickening lurch of recognition twisted into profound terror. The comforting familiarity that had once been a source of solace and connection was now a weapon, a constant, agonizing reminder of the people she had loved and trusted, now perverted into instruments of her nightly torment. The spectral whispers, too, underwent a disturbing transformation, no longer solely focused on the echoes of her father's voice. They morphed into a cacophony of familiar voices, a spectral chorus of the past, overlapping and distorted, their once comforting tones now laced with malice and mockery. Snippets of mundane conversations with different people from her life, a casual chat with a colleague, a heartfelt exchange with a sibling, a playful banter with a former lover, were now dredged up and twisted, their laughter devolving into mocking, sibling cackles, their comforting words perverted into accusatory pronouncements that echoed her deepest insecurities. It was as if her entire personal history was being replayed in a horrifying, disjointed montage, with the familiar faces now bearing expressions of cold malice and profound dread, their spectral whispers a constant, unsettling reminder of past joys now irrevocably tainted by the present terror. The phantom sensations also mirrored this unsettling and terrifying shift in the spectral visitors. The gentle, reassuring touch of her father was sometimes replaced by the firm, almost critical grip of her grandmother's arthritic hand. The playful nudge of her best friend's elbow would become a sharp, painful jab against her paralyzed ribs. The warm, comforting weight of her uncle's hand on her shoulder would morph into a cold, oppressive pressure that threatened to suffocate her. Each familiar sensation, once a tangible manifestation of love, connection, and security, was now perverted, imbued with a palpable sense of threat, violation, and profound unease. The sheer, overwhelming variety of familiar figures that now populated Anna's sleep paralysis intensified her fear and disorientation to an almost unbearable degree. The focus was no longer solely on her raw grief for her departed father. The spectral torment had broadened, becoming more insidious, as if some unseen, malevolent intelligence was systematically targeting her entire emotional landscape, meticulously dredging up every significant relationship from her past and twisting into a fresh source of terror. The comforting anchors of her life were being transformed into instruments of her deepest fears. The terrifying question of the presence's true nature became even more perplexing, more profoundly unsettling. How could it so accurately mimic so many different people from her life, capturing not just their physical appearance, but also the precise inflections of their voices, their characteristic mannerisms, even the subtle nuances of their touch and scent? Was it a shape-shifting entity of unimaginable power, capable of reading the intricate map of her memories with terrifying precision? Or was her own mind somehow fracturing under the relentless assault, her subconscious conjuring these horrifyingly realistic and deeply personal illusions as a manifestation of some deep-seated psychological trauma? The latter possibility, the terrifying specter of her own sanity unraveling, was almost as horrifying as the idea of an external, malevolent entity. The thought that her own psyche could turn against her in such a profound and deeply personal way, perverting her most cherished memories into instruments of torment, was deeply unsettling, suggesting a fundamental fragility within herself that she had never known existed, a terrifying capacity for self-inflicted horror that was almost unbearable to contemplate. Yet, the consistent feeling of an external, malevolent intelligence orchestrating these nightly terrors, the undeniable sense of a separate, calculating presence lurking in the oppressive darkness, argued against a purely psychological explanation. There was a cold, deliberate quality to the mimicry, a sense that someone or something was learning her, adapting its terrifying tactics with an unnerving precision to inflict the maximum amount of psychological damage. As the spectral congregation of familiar faces continued to parade through the suffocating darkness of her nightmares, each one a twisted, horrifying reflection of her past, Anna felt a growing sense of utter helplessness, a chilling premonition that her sanity was slowly but surely fracturing. Her once safe sanctuary of sleep had become a terrifying funhouse mirror, grotesquely distorting everything she held dear. The familiar had become the ultimate source of dread, and the unsettling stillness of the night now held the chilling promise of an endless, terrifying parade of her past, weaponized against her in ways she couldn't yet begin to comprehend, threatening to shatter the last vestiges of her grip on reality. Part 7. The Unraveling of Self. The bewildering and ever-shifting cast of familiar figures that now populated the suffocating landscape of Anna's sleep paralysis began to sow insidious seeds of doubt and profound self-questioning within the fertile ground of her waking mind. The sheer, illogical impossibility of it all. Her deceased father standing alongside her living best friend, a long-forgotten childhood pet manifesting with unnerving clarity. A distant relative she hadn't thought of in years, suddenly looming in the oppressive darkness. All mimicking their unique voices, their characteristic mannerisms, their most intimate gestures with such chillingly accurate precision. It felt increasingly less like a haunting by external forces, and more like a terrifying descent into a personalized, self-inflicted form of madness, a grotesque theater of her own fracturing psyche. The unsettling waking echoes of nocturnal terrors intensified, morphing from fleeting, almost dismissible sensations into more vivid, persistent, and undeniably intrusive hallucinations. She would swear, with a chilling certainty that resonated deep within her bones, that she heard her grandmother's soft, comforting humming emanating from quiet, unoccupied corners of her small apartment, the spectral melody abruptly ceasing as she turned her head, leaving behind only a lingering sense of unease and a growing suspicion of her own auditory perception. A fleeting, almost photographic glimpse of Sarah's bright, familiar smile, The crinkle around her eyes, so perfectly rendered, would flicker at the very periphery of her vision in a crowded street or a bustling coffee shop, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, leaving Anna to question whether it had been a genuine sighting or merely a cruel trick of her exhausted mind. The distinct, comforting weight of Buster, her beloved childhood dog, would momentarily press against her legs as she sat on her worn couch, the phantom sensation so real she would instinctively reach down to stroke his absent fur, only to grasp empty air, the tangible absence a stark and terrifying reminder of the porous boundaries between her nightmares and her waking reality. These sensory intrusions, once confined to the oppressive darkness of the night, were now relentlessly bleeding into the relative safety of her daylight hours, further eroding the already fragile and increasingly indistinct line between the tangible world and the terrifying landscape of her subconscious. Anna found herself increasingly consumed by a gnawing, pervasive self-doubt, her own perception of reality becoming a source of profound and unsettling uncertainty. Were these increasingly vivid waking hallucinations genuine occurrences, further irrefutable evidence of some insidious, external force at play, a malevolent entity that could somehow manipulate the very fabric of her perception across the boundaries of sleep and wakefulness? Or were they simply the horrifying manifestations of a mind teetering precariously on the precipice of a complete psychotic break, her waking thoughts and cherished memories fracturing and distorting under the relentless, psychological assault of her nocturnal terrors? The very thought that her own psyche, the foundation of her identity and her connection to reality, was betraying her in such a profound and deeply personal way was deeply unsettling, adding yet another layer of suffocating fear to her already burdened and increasingly fragile existence. She began to constantly second-guess her own senses, her internal monologue a relentless interrogation of every fleeting perception. Did she really hear that familiar, booming laugh echoing from down the hallway? Or was it merely a phantom echo of her uncle's spectral presence in the nightmare? Did she truly see that fleeting silhouette in the park that so closely resembled her long-deceased great-aunt? Or was it just a trick of the dappled sunlight and the desperate yearning of her overactive imagination? The solid, reliable world around her began to feel increasingly less substantial, less trustworthy, as the insidious tendrils of the nightmare's reality began to weave their way into the very fabric of her waking consciousness, casting a pall of unreality over the mundane routines of her day. Her dream journal, once a beacon of objective documentation in the encroaching chaos, became a source of both desperate hope and profound unease, a fragile anchor in the storm that was threatening to consume her sanity. But even the stark black and white entries on the lined pages seemed to mock her growing uncertainty. The detailed descriptions of the shifting familiar figures and their precise, unsettling mimicry feeling both undeniably real in their visceral impact and utterly impossible in their logical context. She even desperately considered the outlandish possibility of a shared dream, a bizarre and terrifying psychic link with some unknown individual or malevolent entity. But the intensely personal nature of the mimicry, the way it so precisely targeted the most intimate corners of her memories and the most significant relationships in her life, made this already improbable explanation feel woefully inadequate, a flimsy raft in a raging sea of terror. It was as if some unseen intelligence had meticulously studied the intricate and deeply personal map of her heart, and was now using that stolen knowledge to navigate the labyrinth of her deepest fears with cruel and calculated precision. The profound sense of isolation that had begun to envelop Anna intensified, becoming a suffocating shroud that separated her from the possibility of genuine connection or understanding. How could she possibly articulate the sheer, unadulterated terror of the chillingly accurate imitation of her deceased father's gentle voice whispering her name in the oppressive darkness? How could she convey the profound unease of witnessing her grandmother's familiar, loving smile twisted into a vacant, unsettling stare that spoke of something utterly alien? The very act of attempting to explain these horrifying experiences felt inherently insane, a confession that would surely lead concerned glances and hushed whispers, solidify her deepest fear being irrevocably labeled as delusional. Yet, despite the encroaching tide of self-doubt, a small, persistent voice within the deepest recesses of her being stubbornly refused to succumb entirely to the terrifyingly convenient explanation of madness. The cold, undeniably malevolent feeling that invariably accompanied the suffocating paralysis, the chillingly consistent sense of an external presence that seemed to possess a cunning and calculating intelligence far beyond the random firings of a distressed brain. These visceral sensations felt too real, too persistent, too undeniably other to be dismissed as mere figments of a fractured and sleep-deprived mind. The bewildering and ever-shifting faces in her nocturnal torment, while profoundly disorienting and terrifying, also hinted at potential, albeit deeply unsettling, strategy on the part of the unseen presence. Was it systematically cycling through familiar figures of her past, meticulously testing her emotional reactions, probing for a specific vulnerability, a chink in her psychological armor? Was there a hidden pattern to the spectral appearances, a terrifying logic lurking beneath the surface of the seemingly random chaos? Anna began to obsessively scrutinize the order in which the familiar figures manifested in her sleep paralysis, desperately searching for any discernible connection, any underlying theme that might offer a glimmer of understanding in the overwhelming darkness. Was the order chronological, mirroring the timeline of her life? Was it based on the level of emotional significance she attached to each individual? Or was it truly random and chaotic, a terrifyingly arbitrary selection, designed solely to maximize her disorientation and fear? The desperate effort to decipher this horrifying pattern became her last, fragile attempt to regain some semblance of control in a world that felt increasingly unreal and utterly beyond her comprehension. As the spectral congregation of familiar faces continued their nightly visitations, each silent, menacing apparition chipping away at her already fragile sense of stability and eroding her grasp on reality, Anna felt herself teetering precariously on the very edge of an abyss. The cracks in her perception of the world were widening with alarming speed, and the terrifying question loomed large and inescapable. Was she truly being haunted by something external, something malevolent and cunning, or was she simply, irrevocably losing her mind, her own psyche turning against her in the most profound and terrifying way imaginable? The unsettling stillness of the night held the chilling promise of a complete unraveling, a final, irreversible descent into a darkness from which there might be no return, leaving her utterly alone in a world where the familiar had become the ultimate source of terror. Part 8. The Fading Light of Reason. Driven by a primal, almost frantic need to impose some semblance of order upon the encroaching chaos, to unearth even the faintest glimmer of logical explanation in the face of the increasingly bizarre and terrifyingly impossible, Anna threw herself into a desperate and all-consuming quest for answers. The cold, suffocating dread of the night still clung to her like a persistent shadow, a constant reminder of the spectral horrors that awaited her in the darkness. But during the relative safety of daylight, she became a woman possessed, her small apartment transforming into a cluttered command center as she relentlessly scoured the vast expanse of the internet, poring over countless articles and forum discussions dedicated to the enigmatic phenomenon of sleep paralysis, the chilling accounts of paranormal hauntings, and the complex intricacies of the human mind. She clung to the hope that somewhere within this digital ocean of information, she would find a rational anchor to tether her teetering sanity. She meticulously revisited scholarly articles and medical websites detailing the nuances of sleep disorders, her focus narrowing on the more unusual and extreme manifestations of sleep paralysis. Could the insidious tendrils of chronic stress, the relentless pressure of her demanding freelance work, somehow manifest in such vivid, personalized, and emotionally resonant hallucinations? Could a deeply suppressed and long-forgotten trauma, buried deep within the recesses of her subconscious, be surfacing in this bizarre and targeted way, perverting her most cherished memories into instruments of torment? The scientific explanations, while offering a veneer of logical plausibility, ultimately felt flimsy and inadequate, failing to fully account for the specific, intimate mimicry of familiar voices and mannerisms, the evolving and increasingly tangible phantom sensations, and a chillingly persistent sense of an external, intelligent presence orchestrating her nocturnal terrors. Her desperate search inevitably led her down darker, more speculative paths, into the shadowy corners of the internet where hushed whispers and fervent testimonies detailed the often unexplained realms of paranormal phenomena. She devoured countless accounts of hauntings, of malevolent entities that possess the unsettling ability to shapeshift or manipulate the fragile landscape of human memory. These often chilling stories, while resonating with a pervasive sense of dread that had become her constant companion, often lacked the intensely personal and intimately tailored nature of her own terrifying experiences. The ghosts and demons described in these online chronicles were typically portrayed as overtly malevolent, terrifying in their own right, but rarely did they adopt the specific guises of loved ones with such precise and unsettling accuracy, exploiting the most vulnerable corners of the victim's heart. Driven by a desperate need for any framework, however improbable, to explain the impossible events that were consuming her life, Anna even tentatively considered more esoteric and fringe theories, delving into the often uncharted territories of psychic attacks and the unsettling concept of interdimensional beings. The sheer outlandishness of these ideas offers strange, almost perverse comfort, providing a potential, albeit highly improbable, framework for the terrifyingly inexplicable events she was enduring, a way to categorize the unseen horror that defied all logical explanation. In a futile attempt to exert some semblance of control over her increasingly chaotic reality, Anna began a series of desperate experiments with her sleep environment, meticulously altering every variable in the hopes of identifying some external trigger for the paralyzing episodes and the subsequent spectral terrors. She changed her bedding, investing in expensive, hypoallergenic materials that promised a deeper, more restful sleep. She obsessively adjusted the temperature of her bedroom, oscillating between frigid cold and stifling warmth, convinced that some environmental factor was contributing to her torment. She even tried the unconventional approach of sleeping in different positions, contorting her body into increasingly uncomfortable postures in the desperate hope of disrupting the pattern of the nightmares. Yet, despite her meticulous efforts and increasingly erratic sleep habits, nothing seemed to make a discernible difference. The familiar shadow and its unsettling, deeply personal mimicry remained a constant, malevolent presence, stubbornly resistant to any attempt to alter her surroundings or her sleep patterns. Her dream journal, now a weighty tome filled with her increasingly frantic and detailed entries, continued to grow, a testament to the relentless nature of her nocturnal torment. She meticulously documented every spectral appearance, every whispered phrase, every evolving phantom sensation, clinging to the hope that within the chaotic details, a discernible pattern would emerge, a logical key to unlock the terrifying mystery. Yet, rereading her increasingly desperate entries, Anna felt a growing sense of profound unease. The patterns she had so desperately hoped to find remained frustratingly elusive, the appearances of familiar figures seemingly random and chaotic, defying any logical sequence or emotional trigger she could identify. Yet, paradoxically, the sheer level of detail she was able to recall, the precise inflections of the spectral whispers, the subtle nuances of the phantom touches tied to each familiar face, felt far too precise, too intimately accurate to be dismissed as mere fabrications of her sleep-deprived and increasingly fractured subconscious. Driven by a sliver of desperate hope for a logical, tangible explanation, Anna even considered the remote possibility of carbon monoxide poisoning, a long shot born of sheer desperation, but a scientifically plausible explanation for vivid and unsettling hallucinations. She purchased a reliable detector, the silent, unassuming device, a small, fragile beacon of hope in her increasingly terrifying world. But the readings remained consistently normal, the logical avenue leading to yet another frustrating dead end, further eroding her already dwindling sense of control. The crushing weight of her isolation intensified with each failed attempt to find a rational explanation. The profound fear of being perceived as delusional, of being irrevocably labeled as insane and dismissed as a mere hysteric, kept her trapped in a suffocating silence, unable to confide in anyone about the terrifying realities of her nights. How could she possibly articulate the chillingly accurate imitation of her deceased father's gentle voice whispering her name in the oppressive darkness? How could she describe profound unease of witnessing her grandmother's familiar, loving smile twisted into a vacant, unsettling stare that spoke of something utterly alien? The very act of attempting to verbalize these horrifying experiences felt like a descent into madness itself, a confession that would surely lead concerned glances, hushed whispers, and ultimately, the dreaded confirmation of her deepest fears. Yet, despite the overwhelming tide of self-doubt and persistent whispers of potential insanity, the visceral, undeniable feeling of an external intelligence orchestrating these nightly terrors, the chillingly consistent sense of a separate, calculating presence lurking in the oppressive darkness of her bedroom, refused to be entirely dismissed as mere figments of a fractured mind. There was a cold, deliberate quality to the mimicry, an unnerving sense that someone or something was meticulously studying her, learning her deepest vulnerabilities, adapting its terrifying tactics with chilling precision to inflict the maximum amount of psychological damage. As her increasingly desperate search for a logical explanation yielded no concrete answers, as each scientific and rational avenue led to a frustrating dead end, Anna felt a growing sense of profound despair, a chilling premonition that the solid, reliable world around her was beginning to irrevocably dissolve, overshadowed by the persistent and terrifying intrusions of a nightmarish reality. The terrifying possibility that she was truly, irrevocably losing her mind, that the source of the horror resided not in some external entity, but within the fractured landscape of her own psyche, became an increasingly inescapable and profoundly terrifying prospect, a bottomless darkness that threatened to engulf her entirely, leaving her adrift in a sea of incomprehensible terror. The fading light of reason offered no solace, no escape, leaving her utterly vulnerable to the incomprehensible horrors that awaited in the oppressive stillness of the night. Part 9. The Flickering Resistance. As the comforting light of reason flickered and threatened to extinguish entirely, replaced by the encroaching darkness of the incomprehensible, a primal instinct for survival began to stir within the depths of Anna's despair. The relentless nightly assaults, the insidious erosion of her sanity, the terrifying feeling of being intimately known and systematically tormented. Something deep within her, a core of resilience she hadn't realized she possessed, began to rebel against the encroaching darkness. The passive acceptance of her nocturnal torment started to give way to a desperate, almost frantic urge to fight back, to reclaim some semblance of control over her own mind and the terrifying reality that had invaded her sleep. Her initial attempt at resistance were small, almost pathetic acts of defiance against the overwhelming power of the paralysis and the spectral presence. During the suffocating episodes, she would focus all her will on a single muscle, a twitch of a finger, the flicker of an eyelid, clinging to these minuscule movements as tangible proof that she was not entirely lost, not completely consumed by the encroaching terror. These small victories, though fleeting and ultimately inconsequential in breaking paralysis itself, offered a tiny spark of hope, a fragile reminder that a part of her remained stubbornly resistant. She began to arm herself with knowledge, delving even deeper into the esoteric realms she had previously only tentatively explored. She read ancient texts on demonology, folklore surrounding sleep paralysis across different cultures, and personal accounts of individuals who claimed to have battled and overcome similar nocturnal entities. While much of the information was steeped in superstition and lacked any scientific basis, Anna clung to any thread of possibility, any suggestion of a way to actively confront the unseen force that held her captive. One recurring theme she encountered in her research was the power of intent, the idea that acknowledging and directly confronting the entity, even within the confines of the dream state, could somehow weaken its hold. Armed with this fragile piece of hope, Anna began to mentally address the shadow during her sleep paralysis episodes. In the silent theater of her mind, she would scream defiance. She would hurl insults at the unseen presence. She would demand that it leave her alone, clinging to the belief that her mental resistance could somehow penetrate the veil between worlds. Initially, these mental confrontations seemed to have no effect. The familiar shadow continued to loom. The spectral whispers persisted. The terrifying mimicry continued its insidious work. But Anna refused to be deterred, her internal resistance growing stronger with each terrifying encounter. She visualized a protective shield surrounding her, a barrier of pure will that the malevolent presence could not penetrate. She repeated affirmations of strength and resilience in the silent confines of her mind, clinging to the hope that her unwavering intent could somehow alter the dynamics of the nightmare. Slowly, subtly, something began to shift. The spectral whispers, while still present, sometimes seemed to falter, the familiar voices momentarily losing their chilling precision. The shadow, while still looming, occasionally seemed less defined, its edges flickering as if struggling to maintain its form. The phantom sensations, once so vividly real, sometimes felt muted, less intrusive. These small, almost imperceptible changes fueled Anna's desperate hope, suggesting that her mental resistance might be having some effect, that the unseen presence was perhaps not as all-powerful as it seemed. However, this fragile hope was often met with terrifying counterattacks. The mimicry would become more intense, the familiar voices laced with a palpable anger, the spectral figures adopting more menacing postures. The phantom sensations would sometimes escalate, the gentle touch morphing into a painful restraint, the subtle pressure on her chest intensifying to a suffocating weight. It was as if the unseen presence was aware of her resistance and was actively trying to crush her burgeoning defiance. One particularly terrifying night, as Anna mentally screamed at the familiar shadow of her father, demanding that it reveal its true nature, the spectral figure seemed to contort, its familiar features twisting into a grotesque parody of his face, the loving eyes replaced by malevolent, burning orbs. The whisper that followed was no longer familiar endearment, but a chillingly guttural growl, a sound that resonated with pure, unadulterated malice. The message was clear. Her resistance would not go unpunished. This terrifying escalation forced Anna to confront a chilling possibility. The presence she was dealing with was not a mindless specter or a mere figment of her imagination. There was a malevolent intelligence at play, a cunning and adaptable entity that seemed to be actively engaging with her, responding to her attempts to fight back with increasing ferocity. The personalized nature of the torment, the way it so intimately exploited her memories and emotions, now felt less like a random haunting and more like a deliberate, targeted assault. The weight of this realization was almost unbearable. She was not just battling a nightmare. She was engaged in a terrifying psychological war with an unseen adversary that seemed to know her deepest fears and vulnerabilities. The stakes were no longer just a night of terror. They felt like a battle for her very sanity, for the integrity of her own mind. Despite the escalating terror, Anna refused to surrender. The small victories, the subtle shifts in the nightmare's oppressive atmosphere, fueled her determination. She continued her mental exercises, visualizing light and protection, repeating affirmations of strength, clinging to the unwavering belief that her could somehow overcome the malevolent intelligence that haunted her sleep. The unsettling stillness of the night now held a new dimension of terror. It was no longer just a passive backdrop for her torment. It felt like a silent battleground, a place where it will clash against an unseen, malevolent force. The familiar had become a weapon, but so, too, Anna hoped, could her own mind become a shield, a fortress against the encroaching darkness. The flickering resistance had begun, a fragile spark of defiance in the face of overwhelming terror, and the outcome of this silent war remained shrouded in the oppressive uncertainty of a night. Part 10. The Unveiling. Anna's desperate battle against the encroaching darkness and malevolent intelligence that haunted her sleep reached a fever pitch. The fragile victories she had experienced, the momentary faltering of the spectral whispers, the fleeting indistinctness of the familiar shadows, were met with increasingly brutal and targeted counterattacks, leaving her feeling battered and teetering precariously on the precipice of utter despair. The line between her waking reality and the terrifying landscape of her nightmares had become so blurred that Anna often found herself questioning the very nature of her existence, unsure whether she was truly awake or still trapped within the suffocating confines of her paralyzed state. The waking echoes of the nocturnal torment intensified to an almost unbearable degree. The spectral whispers of familiar voices now intruded into her conscious thoughts with alarming frequency, their once comforting tones twisted into mocking pronouncements and insidious suggestions that chipped away at her already fragile sense of self-worth. The phantom sensations became more vivid and persistent, the chillingly familiar touches lingering on her skin long after she had fully awakened, leaving behind an unsettling residue of violation and unease. The fleeting glimpses of familiar figures in her peripheral vision became more frequent and more distinct, their expressions no longer neutral or even passively menacing, but often contorted into expressions of palpable hatred and cruel amusement, as if the unseen presence was actively taunting her, reveling in her growing fear and disorientation. Sleep became an absolute torment, a descent into a personalized hell, where the rules of reality seemed to bend and break at the whim of the malevolent intelligence that held her captive. The familiar faces that populated her sleep paralysis became more numerous and more aggressive, their mimicry evolving to include not just voices and mannerisms, but also deeply personal memories and shared secrets, weaponized against her with chilling precision. It felt as though the entity had gained complete and unfettered access to the deepest recesses of her mind, turning her most cherished moments into instruments of profound psychological torture. Anna's attempt at mental resistance, once a fragile source of hope, now felt futile against the overwhelming power of the presence. Her visualizations of protective shields seemed to dissipate like smoke in the wind, her affirmations of strength echoing hollowly in the silent theater of her mind. The entity seemed to anticipate her every attempt to fight back, countering her defiance with increasingly terrifying and personalized assaults that targeted her deepest fears and insecurities. One particularly harrowing night, as Anna desperately tried to erect a mental barrier against the encroaching darkness, the familiar shadow of her mother, a figure who had always represented unwavering love and support, stepped forward. The spectral mimicry was perfect, the gentle smile, the soft, reassuring voice. But then, the familiar features twisted into a mass of utter contempt, the loving voice hardening into a venomous whisper that echoed Anna's deepest, most self-critical thoughts she had never voiced to another soul. The message was devastatingly clear. The entity knew her, understood her vulnerabilities with terrifying intimacy, and was not afraid to use her own inner demons against her. The escalating intensity of the torment and the entity's seemingly limitless knowledge of her inner world pushed Anna to the brink of utter despair. The line between sanity and madness felt increasingly thin, and she began to fear that she was losing her grip on reality entirely, that the malevolent presence had not only invaded her sleep, but was now seeping into the very fabric of her waking consciousness. The constant fear and disorientation began to take a severe toll on her physical and mental health, leaving her exhausted, paranoid, and increasingly isolated. In a moment of utter desperation, during one particularly vivid and terrifying episode of sleep paralysis, as the familiar shadows of her loved ones leered down at her with expressions of cruel amusement, Anna made a conscious decision to stop fighting, to surrender to the terror in the hope that perhaps, by ceasing her resistance, she could somehow disrupt the entity's power over her. As she mentally relinquished her struggle, a profound shift occurred in the oppressive atmosphere of the nightmare. The cacophony of spectral whispers fell silent. The menacing figures stilled. The suffocating pressure on her chest eased slightly. And then a single voice, clear and distinct, devoid of any familiar mimicry, resonated within the silent confines of her mind. The voice was cold, ancient, and utterly devoid of human emotion. It spoke with a chilling authority that brooked no argument, its words echoing not in her ears, but directly within the core of her being. "Your resistance is inefficient," the voice intoned, the sibilous sound sending shivers of pure dread down Anna's paralyzed spine. The familiar, merely a conduit, a language you understand. Anna, trapped in her immobile body, her mind reeling with a mixture of terror and perverse sense of dreadful anticipation, could only listen as the cold, alien voice continued. "You sought reason. You sought explanation within the confines of your limited understanding. There is no reason here, only purpose." A wave of icy dread washed over Anna as the implications of those words began to sink in. The familiar faces, the whispered memories. They were not the true nature of the entity, but merely tools, cleverly designed lures to exploit her deepest vulnerabilities. "Your grief, your love, these are pathways," the voice continued, its tone chillingly clinical. "We learn, we adapt, we refine." The horrifying realization dawned on Anna with the force of physical blow. The entity had been studying her, meticulously analyzing her memories and emotions, not just to torment her, but to understand her, to learn the most effective ways to break her. "The unveiling begins," the cold voice declared, and as it spoke, the familiar shadows that surrounded Anna began to coalesce, their indistinct features shifting and swirling, merging into a single, towering form that was unlike anything she had seen before. It was still vaguely humanoid, but its features were elongated, distorted, utterly alien. Its eyes glowed with malevolent inner light, and a sense of ancient, unknowable power emanated from its presence. The chillingly familiar whispers returned, but now they were layered, distorted echoes of all the familiar voices she had heard, a terrifying chorus of her past twisted into a single, unified voice of malevolent intent. "You are known," the unified voice whispered, the sound vibrating deep within Anna's bones. and now you will know us." As the alien figure loomed over her, its glowing eyes piercing to the darkness and into the very depths of her soul, Anna felt profound and absolute terror unlike anything she had experienced before. The comforting mask of the familiar had finally shattered, revealing the cold, malevolent reality that lay beneath. Stage 1 was over. The true nightmare had just begun. The unsettling stillness of the night had finally yielded to a terrifying unveiling, a glimpse into a darkness far more ancient and profound than she could have ever imagined. The truth revealed in utter horror. Part 11. The Shattered Mirror. The oppressive weight of the sleep paralysis finally receded, leaving Anna gasping for breath in the pre-dawn gloom, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. But the terror, the profound, bone-chilling dread that had become her nightly companion, did not dissipate with the return of movement. Instead, it clung to her with a terrifying tenacity, a cold, suffocating shroud that permeated her waking senses, blurring the already fragile boundaries between a nightmare and the stark reality of her bedroom. The image of the unveiled entity, its alien features and malevolent glowing eyes, remained seared onto the inside of her eyelids, a horrifying afterimage that refused to fade with the growing light filtering through her window. The familiar comfort of her small apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt tainted, imbued with the lingering presence of something ancient and utterly malevolent. The shadows that danced on the walls in the early morning light seemed to ride with an unseen energy the mundane objects in her room. Her art supplies, her bookshelves, the worn armchair in the corner, appeared subtly distorted, viewed through a lens of pervasive unease. The silence of the morning, which had once been a welcome respite, now fell heavy, pregnant with an unspoken threat, as if the very air held its breath in anticipation of further terror. Anna's waking hours became a desperate struggle to maintain a semblance of normalcy in a world that had been irrevocably altered by the chilling unveiling of the previous night. The cold, alien voice and the terrifying visage of the entity echoed relentlessly in the silent chambers of her mind, shattering her ability to focus on the mundane tasks of her day. The vibrant colors of her artwork seemed muted, the familiar lines and shapes subtly warped, reflecting the inner turmoil that threatened to consume her. The simple act of making coffee felt like a monumental effort, her hands trembling so violently that she nearly dropped the fragile ceramic mug. The lingering effects of the sleep paralysis were more pronounced than ever before. A persistent leaden fatigue clung to her limbs, making even the simplest movements feel like an immense exertion. A dull, throbbing ache settled behind her eyes, a constant reminder of the terror she had witnessed and the profound lack of sleep that had become her unwelcome reality. The phantom sensations, once fleeting and easily dismissed, now lingered for extended periods, the chillingly familiar touches leaving behind a residue of icy dread that no amount of physical scrubbing could wash away. The spectral whispers, which had previously been confined to the liminal space between wakefulness and sleep, now intruded into her waking thoughts with increasing audacity and clarity. The unified voice of the entity, a terrifying chorus of her past twisted into malevolent intent, echoed in her mind, offering insidious suggestions, whispering doubts and fears that resonated with her deepest insecurities. It was a constant, unwelcome companion, a chilling reminder that the entity's influence was no longer confined to the realm of sleep. Anna's desperate attempts to find logical explanations for the horrors she was experiencing now felt utterly futile. The unveiling had shattered the fragile framework of her rationalizations, revealing a reality far more ancient and terrifying than anything she could have conceived. The scientific explanations for sleep paralysis, the comforting reassurances of psychological trauma, they all seemed pathetically inadequate in the face of the cold, alien intelligence that had spoken directly to her mind, that had revealed its true, horrifying form. The fear of being perceived as insane intensified, locking Anna in a suffocating prison of silence. How could she possibly articulate the terror of the unveiling, the chillingly alien voice that had spoken directly to her thoughts? The image of the towering, distorted figure with its malevolent glowing eyes? The very act of trying to describe it felt like a descent into madness, a confirmation of her deepest fears that she was losing her grip on reality. Yet, the visceral memory of the encounter, the undeniable feeling of the entity's cold, alien presence, was too real to dismiss as a mere nightmare. The chilling authority in its voice, the terrifying clarity of its intent, these were not the products of a fractured mind. Something ancient and malevolent had made itself known, had pierced the veil of her familiar world, and Anna knew, with a chilling certainty that resonated deep within her soul, that her life had been irrevocably changed. The familiar comfort she once found in her memories was now utterly tainted, overshadowed by the terrifying revelation that these cherished moments had been mere pathways for the entity, tools for its insidious study and manipulation. The faces of her loved ones, once sources of solace and strength, now carried a chilling undercurrent of the entity's deceptive mimicry, leaving Anna feeling utterly alone and unable to trust her own perceptions. The mirror of her past had been shattered, its comforting reflections replaced by distorted, terrifying images. Driven by a desperate need to understand the implications of the unveiling, Anna continued her research, delving into the darkest corners of occult lore and ancient mythologies. She searched for any mention of entities that could manipulate dreams, that could speak directly to mind, that could wear the faces of familiar. The texts she found were often cryptic and disturbing, filled with tales of ancient beings of immense power and malevolent intent, beings that had lurked in the shadows of human consciousness for millennia. One recurring theme that chilled her to bone was the idea of entities that fed on human emotion, that used fear and despair as a source of sustenance. The entity that haunted her sleep seemed to possess a chillingly efficient understanding of her deepest vulnerabilities, exploiting her grief, her love, her insecurities with surgical precision. The thought that she was not just being tormented, but actively being used, consumed by this ancient malevolent force, filled her with a profound and visceral sense of helplessness. Sleep became an absolute battleground, a terrifying arena where she was no longer just a passive victim. The unveiling had shifted the dynamic, revealing the true nature of her adversary. The familiar was gone, replaced by the stark, terrifying reality of an ancient, malevolent intelligence that had made its presence known. Anna knew, with a chilling certainty, that she could no longer simply endure the night. She had to find a way to fight back, to sever the connection that had been established, to reclaim her mind and her life from the clutches of this ancient terror. The unveiling had shattered the mirror of her familiar world, and in its broken shards, Anna saw not just her own terrified reflection, but the chillingly determined glint of defiance beginning to ignite within her soul. Stage 2 had begun in the fight for her sanity, for her very existence had just become terrifyingly real. The silence of the morning held not peace, but the pregnant anticipation of a battle yet to come. Part 12. The First Strike. The chilling pronouncement of the unveiled entity echoed in the hollow chambers of Anna's mind, a constant, unwelcome intrusion that threatened to drown out the fragile whispers of her own resolve. The stark, terrifying image of its alien visage, its malevolent glowing eyes, remained a haunting presence, a constant reminder of the true nature of the adversary she now faced. The comforting illusion of the familiar had been shattered, replaced by the cold, hard reality of an ancient, malevolent intelligence that had chosen her as its focus. But amidst the pervasive fear and a gnawing sense of helplessness, a flicker of defiance persisted, a stubborn refusal to surrender completely to the encroaching darkness. The unveiling, in its terrifying clarity, had inadvertently ignited a spark of rebellion within Anna's soul. Her initial attempts to fight back were hesitant and clumsy, born more of desperation than any concrete strategy. During the subsequent nights, as the familiar paralysis descended and the oppressive presence loomed, Anna consciously focused her will, channeling every ounce of her remaining mental energy into a direct confrontation with the entity. She mentally screamed at the towering, alien form, her silent defiance echoing in the confines of her own mind. She visualized a brilliant, protective light emanating from within her, a radiant shield intended to repel the malevolent energy that surrounded her. She repeated affirmations of strength and self-possession, clinging to the hope that her unwavering intent could somehow disrupt the entity's power over her. Initially, these acts of mental rebellion seemed to have little to no effect. The alien figure remained a terrifying presence, its malevolent gaze unwavering. The unified voice of the entity continued its insidious whispers, weaving doubts and fears into the fabric of her thoughts. The chilling phantom sensations persisted, a constant reminder of the entity's invasive touch. It felt as though her desperate attempt to fight back were merely futile gestures against an insurmountable force. However, as Anna's resolve hardened, fueled by a growing sense of desperation, and a stubborn refusal to be consumed, subtle shifts began to occur within the terrifying landscape of her sleep paralysis. During one particularly intense mental confrontation, as she visualized a wave of pure, protective energy washing over the alien figure, the entity seemed to recoil slightly, its malevolent glow momentarily dimming. The unified voice faltered, the insidious whispers briefly dissolving into a discordant murmur. These small, almost imperceptible changes, though fleeting, offered a fragile glimmer of hope, a tangible indication that her resistance might not be entirely in vain. But the entity was not a passive tormentor. It responded to Anna's burgeoning defiance with increasingly sophisticated and targeted manipulations. The spectral whispers began to incorporate specific details of her waking life, anxieties and insecurities she hadn't even consciously acknowledged, suggesting an unsettling level of surveillance that extended beyond the realm of her dreams. The familiar faces, still making their unwelcome appearances, now adopted expressions of subtle mockery and knowing amusement, as if the entity was taunting her for her futile attempts to resist. The phantom sensations became more insidious, sometimes mimicking moments of past comfort and affection, only to twist them into something deeply unsettling and invasive, further eroding her ability to trust her own perceptions. One particularly disturbing night, as Anna mentally commanded the entity to reveal its true purpose, the alien figure remained silent. Instead, the unified voice echoed in her mind, its tone shifting from cold authority to something subtly persuasive. It began to weave a narrative, a carefully crafted illusion designed to lull her into a false sense of understanding. It spoke of ancient connections, of shared destinies, of a power that could be unlocked through acceptance, through a willing surrender to its influence. The whispers hinted at unimaginable knowledge and power, a transcendence beyond the limitations of human existence, if only she would yield. The seductive nature of these whispers, the subtle appeal to her deepest longing for meaning and understanding, was almost enough to sway her resolve. For a fleeting moment, a dangerous seed of curiosity began to sprout in the barren landscape of her fear. Could there be some truth to the entity's pronouncements? Was there a possibility of something beyond the terror, a hidden purpose to her suffering? But the chilling memory of the unveiling, the undeniable malevolence in the entity's glowing eyes, quickly shattered this dangerous illusion. Anna recognized the seductive whispers for what they truly were, a calculated manipulation, a desperate attempt to break her will and gain complete control. The entity was not offering enlightenment. It was offering enslavement, a willing descent into an ancient and unknowable darkness. Her resolve hardened once more, fueled by a renewed sense of defiance and a chilling understanding of the true nature of her adversary. She intensified her mental resistance, focusing her will with unwavering determination. She visualized a protective light within her growing stronger, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. She repeated her affirmations of strength, her silent defiance echoing in the face of the entity's subtle manipulations. The battle for her mind had begun in earnest. The entity had unveiled its true form and its insidious intent, but Anna, armed with newfound understanding of the stakes, refused to surrender. The familiar comfort of her past had been shattered, but in its place, a fragile yet persistent strength was beginning to emerge. The nights remained a terrifying struggle, a clash of wills in the silent arena of her mind. But the dynamic had shifted. Anna was no longer just a victim. She was a combatant. Her first strike launched into the ancient darkness, a defiant whisper of resistance against the overwhelming power of her adversary. The unsettling stillness of the night now held not just terror, but the pregnant anticipation of a prolonged and perilous war. Part 13. The Infiltration of Waking. The subtle yet insidious manipulations of the entity began to bleed beyond the confines of Anna's sleep, seeping into the fragile fabric of her waking consciousness like a slow, invisible poison. The seductive whispers, the chillingly persuasive narratives that had attempted to sway her resolve during the paralyzing night terrors, now echoed in the quiet moments of her day, insidious suggestions that wormed their way into her thoughts, casting a pall of doubt over her decisions and eroding her already fragile sense of self-trust. The once clear boundaries between the nightmare and reality were becoming increasingly porous, leaving Anna feeling perpetually off balance, as if she were constantly walking on the precipice of a terrifying abyss. The lingering effects of the nightly battles intensified, manifesting in a pervasive paranoia that began to color Anna's perception of the mundane world around her. The faces of strangers on the street seemed to hold fleeting, unsettling resemblances to familiar figures that haunted her sleep, their expressions momentarily twisting into the malevolent gazes she had witnessed in the darkness. Familiar voices overheard in crowded cafes or passing conversations seemed to carry faint, distorted echoes of the entity's unified whisper, their innocuous words suddenly imbued with sinister undertone. The comforting familiarity of her apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt subtly alien, the shadows lengthening in the afternoon sun, seeming to mimic the looming presence that dominated her nights. Anna's already precarious grip on sleep became even more tenuous. The profound dread of the nightly confrontations created a gnawing anxiety that made it increasingly difficult to find any semblance of rest. Even in the brief moments of fitful slumber she managed to snatch, her dreams were now fragmented and disturbing, filled with fleeting images of the unveiled entity and distorted echoes of its chilling pronouncements. The exhaustion that clung to her like a second skin only amplified her paranoia and further blurred the already indistinct lines between reality and nightmare. The entity's subtle intrusions into Anna's waking life extended beyond mere sensory distortions. She began to experience unsettling coincidences, minor inconveniences that carried an undercurrent of something orchestrated. A cherished photograph of her father would inexplicably fall from its frame. A song with deep emotional significance would suddenly play on the radio at an unexpected moment. A forgotten object from her childhood would reappear in a place she had no recollection of putting it. Individually, these incidents could be dismissed as mere chance, the random occurrences of everyday life. But collectively, they began to weave a tapestry of unease, a subtle yet persistent feeling that she was being watched, manipulated, that the entity's influence extended far beyond the confines of her sleep. Anna's attempts to maintain her freelance work became increasingly difficult, her concentration shattered by the constant internal monologue of fear and doubt, her creativity stifled by the pervasive sense of unease. Deadlines loomed, and the pressure to perform only amplified her anxiety, creating a vicious cycle of stress and terror that further eroded her ability to cope. The vibrant colors and clean lines of her digital design seemed to mock the chaotic darkness that had invaded her mind. The isolation that begun in stage 1 deepened into a profound and terrifying loneliness. The fear of being perceived as insane kept Anna locked in her silent struggle, unable to confide in anyone about the increasingly bizarre and disturbing events that were unfolding in her waking life. The weight of her secret, the knowledge of the ancient malevolence that had targeted her, became a crushing burden, isolating her from the very human connection she so desperately craved. Yet, amidst the growing paranoia and the pervasive sense of being manipulated, a stubborn core of resistance continued to flicker within Anna. The memory of the unveiled entity, the chilling clarity of its malevolent intent, served as a constant reminder of the true stakes of this battle. She knew that surrendering to the encroaching darkness was not an option. Driven by a desperate need to understand the entity's motives and its methods, Anna intensified her research, venturing into even more obscure and unsettling territories. She delved into accounts of psychic manipulation, of entities that could influence thoughts and perceptions in the waking world. She studied ancient texts detailing methods of protection against malevolent forces, clinging to any sliver of hope that might offer way to sever the entity's growing influence over her life. One particularly disturbing theory she encountered spoke of entities that could subtly alter the victim's perception of reality, creating a sense of pervasive paranoia and isolation, weakening their resolve and making them more susceptible to complete control. The parallels to her own waking experiences were chillingly undeniable, fueling her growing suspicion that the entity's manipulations were no longer confined to the realm of sleep. Armed with this unsettling knowledge, Anna began to actively fight back during her waking hours, challenging the insidious whispers that echoed in her mind, consciously rejecting the doubts and fears that the entity attempted to implant. She focused on grounding herself in the tangible reality of her surroundings, meticulously observing the details of her apartment, the feel of the sunlight on her skin, the taste of her morning coffee, clinging to these sensory anchors as a way to combat the encroaching unreality. She also began to implement protective rituals gleaned from her research, scattering salt around her doorways and windows, hanging symbolic charms, and burning protective herbs, desperate for any tangible action that might offer a sense of control in the face of the unseen threat. These actions, while perhaps rooted in superstition, provided Anna with a small measure of psychological comfort, a feeling that she was actively doing something to defend herself against the encroaching darkness. The battle for Anna's mind was no longer confined to the silent arena of her sleep. The entity's influence was infiltration her waking life, blurring the lines of reality and fueling her paranoia. But Anna, armed with growing understanding of her adversary's tactics and a stubborn refusal to surrender, was determined to fight back, to reclaim her sanity and sever the insidious connection that threatened to consume her entirely. The unsettling stillness of her days now held not just fear, but the quiet determination of a warrior preparing for a prolonged and increasingly dangerous war, a battle fought not just in the realm of dreams, but in the very fabric of her waking existence. Part 14. The Whispers Within. The insidious infiltration of the entity into Anna's waking life escalated beyond subtle manipulations of her perception and unsettling coincidences. The unified voice, once confined to the oppressive darkness of her sleep paralysis and the fleeting echoes of her waking thoughts, began to assert a more direct and terrifying control, weaving its way into the very fabric of her internal monologue. It was no longer just suggesting doubts or amplifying her fears. It was actively shaping her thoughts, planting ideas, and subtly steering her emotions with a chillingly intimate understanding of her deepest vulnerabilities. The once sacred space of her own mind, the inner sanctum of her thoughts and feelings, was being invaded, occupied by an alien presence that sought to usurp her very identity. The insidious whispers became a constant, unwelcome companion, a relentless internal monologue that ran parallel to her own conscious thoughts, often mimicking her own voice and patterns of reasoning with terrifying accuracy. It would subtly twist her perceptions of everyday events, casting a sinister light on the mundane interactions of her day. A friendly smile from a neighbor would be reinterpreted as a knowing, malevolent smirk. A supportive email from a colleague would be subtly framed as a condescending act of pity. The entity was systematically poisoning her relationships, eroding her trust in people around her, and further isolating her in her terrifying ordeal. Anna's own thoughts began to feel alien, tainted by the entity's insidious influence. Ideas and impulses that were completely foreign to her own nature would suddenly surface, intrusive thoughts filled with negativity, self-doubt, and even flashes of irrational anger. She would find herself questioning her own memories, her own motivations, unsure whether a thought or feeling originated from within her own authentic self or had been subtly implanted by the unseen presence that now dwelled within the core of her being. The very foundation of her identity, the sense of who she was, began to feel shaky and unreliable, eroded by the constant internal manipulation. The emotional landscape of Anna's waking life became a turbulent storm, her mood swinging erratically and unpredictably, often without any discernible external trigger. Moments of fleeting hope and determination would be abruptly shattered by waves of overwhelming despair and a profound sense of helplessness, emotions that felt alien and amplified beyond her usual capacity. The entity seemed to be subtly manipulating her emotional state, keeping her constantly off balance, preventing her from finding any sustained sense of peace or stability. Sleep, once a dreaded battleground, now offered a perverse form of temporary respite from the relentless internal assault of the entity's whispers. During the suffocating paralysis, the direct confrontation with the alien figure felt almost preferable to the insidious intrusion of her waking thoughts. In the silent arena of her mind, she could still muster a degree of resistance, a conscious act of defiance against an external force. But the whispers within, the insidious manipulation of her own thoughts and emotions, felt like a far more insidious and terrifying invasion, a violation of the most private and fundamental aspect of her being. Anna's desperate attempt to fight back during her waking hours became a constant, exhausting struggle against an invisible enemy that now resided within the very confines of her mind. She would consciously challenge the intrusive thoughts, dissecting their origins, desperately trying to discern whether they were her own or the entity's insidious implantations. She would engage in mental exercises, focusing on positive affirmations and vivid visualizations of her authentic self, attempting to reinforce the boundaries of her own identity against the encroaching alien influence. She sought refuge in activities that had once brought her joy and a sense of self, immersing herself in her artwork, listening to her favorite music, spending time in nature. But even these cherished activities were now tainted by the entity's subtle manipulations. A familiar melody would suddenly sound discordant and unsettling. The vibrant colors of her artwork would appear dull and lifeless. The beauty of the natural world would be overshadowed by a pervasive sense of unease, a feeling of being watched and judged. The isolation that enveloped Anna intensified to a suffocating degree. The fear of revealing the extent of the entity's influence over her thoughts and emotions kept her locked in an even more profound and terrifying silence. How could she possibly explain the alien whispers that echoed within her own mind, the intrusive thoughts that felt foreign and disturbing? The very idea felt like an admission of utter madness, a final surrender to the encroaching darkness. Yet, the stubborn core of resistance within Anna refused to be extinguished. The chilling awareness of the entity's ultimate goal, complete control, the usurpation of her very identity, fueled her desperate fight. She clung to the memories of who she truly was, the values and beliefs that defined her, the love and connections that had shaped her life, using these as anchors to resist the entity's insidious influence. Desperate for any external support, however unconventional, Anna began to seek out individuals who claimed to have experience with psychic attacks or spiritual interference. She found online communities and obscure local groups, listening to their often frightening tales, and seeking any advice or techniques that might offer a way to combat the entity's mental infiltration. Some spoke of shielding techniques, of grounding exercises, of invoking protective energies. Anna, though skeptical, was willing to try anything that might offer a glimmer of hope. The battle for Anna's mind had become a terrifyingly intimate war, fought not just in the realm of dreams, but within the very core of her being. The entity's whispers within were a constant assault on her identity, a relentless attempt to erode her sense of self and gain complete control. But Anna, armed with a fierce determination to survive and a stubborn refusal to surrender her own mind, continued to fight back, clinging to the flickering embers of her authentic self in the face of an encroaching alien darkness that sought to consume her from within. The unsettling silence of her waking hours was now punctuated by the insidious whispers within, a constant reminder of the terrifying battle being waged for the very soul of her being. Part 15. The Fractured Self. The relentless internal assault of the entity's whispers began to take a devastating toll on Anna's already frayed mental state. The constant questioning of her own thoughts and feelings, the insidious erosion of her self-trust, and a pervasive paranoia that clung to her waking hours like a suffocating shroud pushed her to the very brink of what she believed she could endure. The one solid foundation of her identity felt as though it was fracturing into a million pieces, each shard reflecting a distorted and unsettling image of who she once was. The alien presence within her mind was not just an intruder. It was a corrosive agent, slowly dissolving the very essence of her being. The insidious whispers became increasingly sophisticated, no longer just crude attempts to instill fear or doubt. They began to mimic her own internal voice with terrifying accuracy, anticipating her thoughts, echoing her anxieties, and subtly twisting her own reasoning against her. It was a form of psychological gaslighting on a deeply intimate level, making her question her own sanity, her own judgment, her own perception of reality. She would find herself agreeing with the entity's negative assessment of herself, its insidious pronouncements echoing her deepest insecurities, amplifying them until they felt like undeniable truths. The emotional turmoil intensified, Anna's moods becoming even more volatile and unpredictable. Moments of fierce determination to fight back would be abruptly followed by crushing waves of despair and a profound sense of utter helplessness, emotions that felt alien and overwhelming, as if the entity was deliberately manipulating her emotional state to keep her weakened and vulnerable. The internal struggle became a constant, exhausting battle against herself, against the insidious influence that had taken root within her mind. Sleep offered no true respite, the fragmented and disturbing dreams now bleeding even more intensely into her waking hours. The image of the unveiled entity, its malevolent gaze piercing through her defenses, would flash unbidden into her thoughts during the day, triggering waves of panic and a chilling sense of being constantly watched. The spectral whispers would sometimes manifest as auditory hallucinations in her waking moments, faint, sibilant murmurs at the edge of her hearing, making her jump and frantically scan her surroundings, only to find herself alone in the oppressive silence. The entity's subtle manipulations of Anna's waking life became more pronounced and more insidious, designed to further isolate her and erode any potential sources of support. Misunderstandings and minor conflicts began to plague her interactions with friends and colleagues, seemingly arising out of nowhere, fueled by her own paranoia and the entity's subtle prompting of negative interpretations. Emails would go unanswered, phone calls would be missed, creating a growing sense of disconnection and abandonment. The entity was systematically dismantling her support network, leaving her feeling increasingly alone and vulnerable, trapped in her own terrifying reality with no one to turn to. The once comforting routines of Anna's life began to feel alien and unsettling. Her artistic pursuits, once a source of joy and self-expression, now felt like a meaningless endeavor, her creativity stifled by the pervasive sense of dread and the constant internal noise of the entity's whispers. Even simple tasks, like grocery shopping or paying bills, became monumental efforts, fraught with anxiety and the gnawing feeling of being watched and judged. The world around her seemed to have subtly shifted, the familiar landmarks and routines now imbued with sinister undertone, reflecting the internal chaos that threatened to consume her. The fear of madness became a tangible presence, a constant companion that whispered its own insidious doubts in the quiet moments. Anna found herself increasingly questioning her own sanity, terrified that the entity was succeeding in its ultimate goal of driving her to the brink of a complete mental breakdown. The effort to maintain a semblance of normalcy became an exhausting performance, a desperate attempt to mask the terrifying reality of her internal struggle from the outside world. Yet, amidst the encroaching darkness and the terrifying fragmentation of herself, the stubborn spark of resistance refused to be extinguished entirely. Fueled by a primal instinct for survival and a deep-seated refusal to surrender her own mind, Anna clung to the fragmented memories of her authentic self, the core values and beliefs that still resonated within the cacophony of the entity's whispers. She continued her desperate search for any means of defense, delving into increasingly obscure and unconventional sources of information, clinging to the hope that somewhere there was a way to sever the entity's insidious connection. The battle for Anna's mind had become a terrifyingly intimate and increasingly desperate struggle. The entity's whispers within were a relentless assault on her very identity, a systematic dismantling of her sense of self and her connection to reality. But Anna, though teetering on the edge of despair, refused to surrender. Clinging to the last vestiges of her fractured self, she continued to fight back against the unseen enemy that had taken root within her mind, her silent battle a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable terror. The unsettling silence of her days was now a constant reminder of the internal war being waged, a desperate fight for the very soul of her being against an adversary that sought to claim her as his own. Part 16. The Puppet Strings. The insidious whispers within Anna's mind intensified, evolving from mere suggestions and emotional manipulations into direct, almost irresistible commands. The entity's control, once a subtle undercurrent influencing her thoughts and feelings, began to manifest in tangible ways, subtly guiding her actions, manipulating her choices, and turning her into a reluctant puppet in its unseen, terrifying game. The fragile remnants of her own will felt like brittle threads, stretched thin and threatening to snap under the increasing strain of the entity's pervasive influence. The terrifying realization dawned on Anna that the battle for her mind was no longer just an internal struggle. It was beginning to manifest in the external world, threatening to erode her autonomy and control over her own life. The intrusive thoughts became less like suggestions and more like directives, often accompanied by an overwhelming sense of compulsion that made it incredibly difficult to resist. She would find herself inexplicably drawn to certain places, compelled to say things she didn't mean, or making impulsive decisions that were completely out of character. It was as if an invisible hand was subtly guiding her movements, pulling the strings of her actions in ways that were both terrifying and deeply unsettling. The sense of being in control of her own life was rapidly diminishing, replaced by a growing awareness of an alien influence subtly shaping her reality. The entity's manipulation extended to her interactions with others, subtly twisting her words and actions in ways that further isolated her. She would find herself snapping at friends, misinterpreting their intentions, and creating unnecessary conflict, all fueled by the entity's insidious whispers and her own growing paranoia. The very connections she desperately needed for support were being systematically severed, leaving her feeling increasingly alone and adrift in a world that seemed to be turning against her. The once cherished routines of her life became sources of anxiety and unease, imbued with a sense of being watched and manipulated. Simple tasks, like leaving her apartment or using her phone, would be accompanied by a paralyzing fear that her actions were being monitored, her choices subtly influenced by the unseen presence. The world outside her door no longer felt like a place of freedom and possibility, but a stage upon which the entity could exert its control through her. Sleep offered no escape from this terrifying reality. The nightmares intensified, the unveiled entity becoming a constant, looming presence, its malevolent gaze filled with a chilling sense of ownership. The spectral whispers during paralysis became more direct and demanding, mirroring the commands she was beginning to experience in her waking hours. The boundaries between the dream world and reality continued to erode, leaving Anne in a state of perpetual unease, unsure what was real and what was a manifestation of the entity's insidious influence. The fear of losing herself completely, of becoming nothing more than a puppet controlled by this ancient, malevolent intelligence, became Anna's greatest terror. The core of her being, the essence of who she was, felt like it was slowly being overwritten, replaced by the entity's alien will. The struggle to maintain her own thoughts, her own desires, her own sense of self became a constant, exhausting battle against an enemy that now resided within the very fabric of her being. Desperate to regain control, Anna's research into unconventional methods of defense intensified. She delved into practices of meditation and mindfulness, attempting to create a sanctuary within her own mind, a space that the entity could not penetrate. She practiced grounding techniques, focusing on her physical senses, trying to anchor herself firmly in the tangible reality of the present moment, resisting the entity's attempts to pull her into a state of fear and paranoia. She sought out the guidance of individuals who claimed to have experience with spiritual warfare or psychic attacks, clinging to their often frightening tales for any semblance of hope or a practical method of defense. Some spoke of creating psychic shields, of invoking protective entities, of performing banishing rituals. Anna, though her rational mind struggled with the plausibility of these claims, was willing to try anything that might offer a chance to break free from the entity's tightening grip. The battle for Anna's autonomy had reached a critical stage. The entity was no longer content to simply torment her. It sought complete control, the usurpation of her will, and the erosion of her very identity. Anna, teetering on the brink of despair but fueled by a primal instinct to survive, fought back with every fiber of her being, clinging to the hope that she could sever the puppet strings and reclaim her own life before she was completely lost to the encroaching darkness. The unsettling silence of her days was now punctuated by the internal commands, a constant reminder of the terrifying battle being waged for control of her very soul, a desperate fight to remain herself in the face of an overwhelming alien influence that sought to make her its own. Part 17, The Breaking Point. The subtle manipulation of Anna's actions gave way to more overt and forceful control, the entity's influence becoming a heavy, suffocating weight that pressed down on her every thought and movement. The invisible puppet strings tightened, yanking her this way and that, forcing her to act and speak in ways that were increasingly alien to her true self. The internal struggle intensified into a constant, agonizing battle of wills, the fragile remnants of her own autonomy fighting desperately against the overwhelming power of the ancient intelligence that had taken root within her mind. The terrifying realization that she was rapidly losing control of her own life fueled a desperate, almost reckless surge of defiance. Anna's attempt to break free from the entity's control became more direct and confrontational, both internally and, at times, externally, often with unsettling and unpredictable results. When compelled to say something cruel or dismissive to a friend, she would bite her tongue, the physical pain a small act of rebellion against the unseen force that sought to manipulate her interactions. When an irresistible urge to go to a place that filled her with dread washed over her, she would physically restrain herself, clinging to furniture or locking herself in her apartment, the sheer effort leaving her trembling and exhausted. These small acts of defiance, though often unnoticed by the outside world, were monumental battles within the confines of her own mind, each one a desperate assertion of her remaining will. The entity responded to Anna's resistance with escalating force and terrifying precision. The insidious whispers within her mind became a torrent of rage and recrimination, a constant barrage of negativity designed to break her spirit. The nightmares intensified, the unveiled entity manifesting in increasingly grotesque and terrifying forms, its malevolent gaze filled with a palpable fury at her defiance. The subtle manipulations of her waking life gave way to more overt and disturbing occurrences. Objects in her apartment would move on their own, doors would slam shut, and unsettling shadows would flicker at the periphery of her vision, tangible manifestations of the entity's growing anger and power. Anna's attempt to seek help from unconventional sources became more desperate and frantic. She reached out to online communities dedicated to psychic attacks and paranormal interference, sharing her terrifying experiences in fragmented, anonymous posts, clinging to hope that someone, somewhere, might offer a solution. The responses she received were a mixed bag of well-meaning but often unhelpful advice, fear-mongering tales, and outright ridicule, further isolating her in her terrifying ordeal. She even sought out a local psychic, a woman with piercing eyes and an air of unsettling knowingness, who listened to Anna's fragmented account with a grave expression. The psychic confirmed Anna's fears, sensing a powerful, ancient entity attached to her, one that was not easily banished. She offered Anna some rudimentary protective charms and suggested visualization exercises, but her words carried an undercurrent of grim uncertainty, leaving Anna with a chilling sense that she was facing a force far beyond her ability to comprehend or control. The physical toll of Anna's ongoing battle became increasingly severe. The constant stress and lack of sleep left her perpetually exhausted, her body riddled with tension and aches. She lost weight, her skin grew pale, and dark circles formed under her eyes, reflecting the inner turmoil that was consuming her. The world around her began to seem muted and distant, as if a veil had been drawn between her and reality. Her focus narrowed to the constant struggle for control of her own mind. One particularly terrifying day, the entity's control manifested in a way that sent a jolt of pure terror through Anna. While at her computer, working on a project, her hands suddenly moved against her will, typing out a series of disturbing and nonsensical phrases, alien words that seemed to writhe on the screen. The feeling of her own body acting independently of her was profoundly unsettling, a chilling demonstration of the entity's growing power over her physical form. The thin wall between internal manipulation and external control was beginning to crumble. This terrifying incident served as a breaking point for Anna. The realization that the entity could potentially control her physical actions filled her with a primal fear, a desperate understanding that she had to find a way to break free before she was completely and irrevocably lost. The fragile hope she had clung to began to dwindle, replaced by a stark and terrifying sense of urgency. In a moment of desperate clarity, fueled by a surge of adrenaline and a fierce refusal to become a mere puppet, Anna decided to take a more drastic and potentially dangerous step. Drawing on some of the more extreme and risky suggestions she had encountered in her research, she resolved to try and force a direct confrontation with the entity within the realm of her sleep paralysis, to somehow sever the connection that bound them. That night, as she lay in bed, the familiar dread washing over her, Anna focused all her will, not on resisting paralysis, but on consciously entering it, on maintaining a sliver of awareness as her body succumbed to the leaden weight. It was a terrifying gamble, a deliberate dive into the heart of her nightmare, but Anna felt she had no other choice. The battle for her mind, for her very soul, had reached a point of no return. The unsettling stillness of night held not just terror, but the pregnant anticipation of a final, desperate confrontation, a perilous gamble that could either break the entity's hold or shatter Anna's remaining grip on reality. Part 18, Into the Abyss. With a heart pounding a frantic tattoo against her ribs and a chilling premonition of the terrifying abyss that awaited her, Anna focused her will with a desperate intensity as the familiar tendrils of sleep paralysis began their insidious creep. Unlike previous nights, she did not fight the encroaching immobility. Instead, she consciously guided her mind to remain awake, to maintain a fragile thread of awareness as her body succumbed to the leaden weight, venturing deliberately into the heart of her nightmare. It was a terrifying gamble, a suicidal dive into the deepest recesses of her fear, but the alternative, a life lived as a puppet controlled by an ancient, malevolent entity, was an even more unbearable prospect. As her body became completely unresponsive, a profound sense of disorientation washed over Anna, the familiar contours of her bedroom dissolving into a swirling vortex of shadow and distorted light. The oppressive silence of the paralysis was replaced by a cacophony of whispers, a terrifying chorus of familiar voices twisted into a unified drone of malevolent intent. The air grew heavy, thick with a palpable sense of ancient, alien power, and the temperature plummeted, a bone-chilling cold that seemed to seep into the very marrow of her being, even though her physical body lay still and unresponsive. Then it manifested. The towering, distorted form of the unveiled entity coalesced in the swirling darkness before her, its alien features more defined, more horrifying than she had ever witnessed before. Its elongated limbs seemed to writhe and shift, its skin shimmered with an unnatural, oily sheen, and its malevolent glowing eyes burned into her very soul, radiating an ancient, cold intelligence that spoke of eons beyond human comprehension. The air crackled with an unseen energy, and the unified whispers intensified, becoming a direct mental assault, a torrent of fear, hatred, and a chilling sense of absolute dominion that threatened to shatter the fragile remnants of Anna's sanity. Unlike the passive terror she had experienced in previous episodes, Anna now possessed a sliver of conscious awareness, a terrifying vantage point from which to confront the entity in its true, horrifying form. The fear was still overwhelming, a primal wave that threatened to drown her in utter panic, but beneath it, a fragile core of defiance remained, fueled by the desperate knowledge that this was her last chance. She focused all her will, channeling every ounce of her remaining mental energy into a direct assault on the entity. She mentally screamed her defiance, her silent roar echoing in the terrifying landscape of her mind. She visualized a brilliant, protective light emanating from within her, now a raging inferno intended to incinerate the malevolent presence before her. She hurled words of banishment and protection gleaned from her desperate research, ancient phrases that felt foreign and clumsy on her mental tongue, but were imbued with the raw power of her intent. The entity recoiled from her mental assault, its towering form flickering and distorting as if struck by an invisible force. The unified whispers faltered, dissolving into a chaotic jumble of sibilant sounds. The malevolent glow in its eyes dimmed momentarily, replaced by a flicker of something akin to surprise, or perhaps even pain. Emboldened by this small victory, Anna intensified her mental attack, pouring all her fear, her anger, her desperate will to survive into a focused beam of mental energy directed at the entity. She envisioned severing the invisible cords that bound them, cutting the puppet strings that had controlled her waking hours. The entity roared, a sound that was not auditory, but a piercing shriek that resonated directly within her mind, a psychic assault of pure, unadulterated rage. Its towering form lunged toward her, its alien features contorting in a mask of pure hatred, its glowing eyes burning with an unbearable intensity. Anna felt a searing pain lance through her mind, as if her very thoughts were being torn apart. The mental battle raged, a terrifying clash of wills in the silent, distorted landscape of Anna's sleep paralysis. The entity unleashed the full force of its ancient power, bombarding her mind with visions of unimaginable terror, whispering insidious promises of power and knowledge in a desperate attempt to break her resolve. But Anna held firm, clinging to the core of her being, the memories of love and light that still flickered within the encroaching darkness. In a final, desperate act of defiance, Anna focused on the image of her father, not the distorted mimicry that haunted her nightmares, but the true image of his loving face, his unwavering strength. She poured all her love, her grief, her longing into that image, and then, with a mental scream of pure intent, she hurled it at the entity like a radiant weapon. The effect was immediate and cataclysmic. The entity shrieked, its towering form convulsing violently. The malevolent glow in its eyes flared and then imploded, plunging the terrifying landscape into an absolute darkness. The cacophony of whispers dissolved into an echoing silence. The oppressive weight lifted, and the bone-chilling cold receded. Anna felt herself being pulled back, away from the terrifying abyss, a sensation akin to being dragged from the depths of a dark ocean towards the surface. The distorted shadows began to coalesce into the familiar contours of her bedroom. The oppressive silence was replaced by the faint sounds of the early morning. The heavy weight on her chest began to dissipate, and the agonizing immobility slowly began to recede, replaced by a trembling, weak responsiveness. She was back in her body, gasping for breath in the pale light of dawn, her heart still pounding a frantic rhythm. The terrifying presence was gone. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted. The whispers were silent, but the encounter had left its mark. Anna felt profoundly drained, both physically and mentally, as if she had just survived a brutal and protracted war. The memory of the entity in its true form, the chilling power exuded, remained seared into her mind. She knew that the battle might not be over, that the ancient darkness might still lurk in the shadows. Yet, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, a fragile seed of hope began to sprout in the barren landscape of her fear. She had faced the entity in its true form, and she had survived. She had struck back, and it had recoiled. The abyss had not consumed her. The unsettling stillness of the morning held not just exhaustion, but a fragile sense of victory, a hard-won breath in the face of unimaginable terror. The battle had been joined, and against all odds, Anna had landed the first, potentially decisive blow. Part 19. The Lingering Shadow. The immediate aftermath of Anna's conscious foray into the terrifying realm of her sleep paralysis left her in a state of profound exhaustion, both physically and mentally. The sheer effort confronting the entity in its true form, the brutal psychic clash that ensued, had drained her to her very core. She lay in her bed, bathed in the pale light of dawn, feeling as though she had run a marathon through a landscape of pure terror. Her limbs trembled with a lingering weakness, her head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache, and her mind felt like a raw, exposed nerve, hypersensitive to the slightest sound or flicker of movement. The oppressive atmosphere that had clung to her apartment for so long had lifted, replaced by a fragile sense of normalcy. The shadows no longer seemed to ride with unseen energy. The mundane objects in her room had shed their subtle distortions, and the silence of the morning, while still carrying a faint echo of the terror, no longer felt pregnant with imminent threat. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Anna experienced a genuine, albeit fragile, sense of peace. Sleep, however, remained a treacherous landscape. While the towering, alien form of the entity did not immediately return to haunt her paralyzed state, her dreams were still troubled, filled with fragmented images of swirling darkness, echoing whispers, and a lingering sensation of icy dread. The fear of the entity's return, the chilling awareness of its ancient power and malevolent intent, remained a constant undercurrent beneath the fragile surface of her waking hours, a persistent shadow lurking at the edges of her consciousness. Anna found herself hypervigilant, constantly scanning her surroundings for any sign of the entity's continued presence. Every unexplained noise, every flicker of shadow, every unexpected chill in the air sent a jolt of anxiety through her, a visceral reminder of the terror she had faced. The world, once familiar and relatively safe, now felt subtly menacing, imbued with potential for the unseen to manifest once more. The insidious whispers within her mind, which had become such a tormenting aspect of her waking hours, were now largely silent. The constant internal monologue of doubt, fear, and alien suggestions had receded, replaced by the fragile echo of her own thoughts, a welcome return to the inner sanctuary of her own mind. However, in moments of stress or exhaustion, a faint, sibilant undertone would sometimes resurface, a chilling reminder of the entity's lingering presence, a subtle suggestion that it had not been entirely vanquished. Anna's attempt to return to her work and her daily routines were slow and hesitant. The profound emotional and psychological toll of her ordeal had left her feeling drained and unmotivated. Her creativity felt stifled, her focus fragmented. The simple act of engaging with the outside world felt overwhelming. The fear of the entity's potential influence on her interactions, still a palpable concern. She continued her research into unconventional methods of defense, driven by a lingering unease and a deep-seated understanding that the battle might not be truly over. She focused on strengthening her mental defenses, practicing meditation and visualization techniques with renewed dedication, attempting to build an impenetrable fortress within her own mind. She also explored practices of energy cleansing and spiritual protection, seeking to purify her apartment and create a barrier against any lingering malevolent influence. Despite the fragile sense of peace she had achieved, Anna remained isolated. The fear of sharing the full extent of her terrifying experiences, particularly her conscious confrontation with the entity in its true form, still held her captive in a prison of silence. The possibility of being dismissed as delusional, of having her sanity questioned, was a burden she was still unwilling to bear. However, a subtle shift began to occur in Anna's perspective. The act of consciously confronting the entity, of venturing into the abyss and surviving, had instilled within her a newfound sense of inner strength and resilience. The terror was still present, a deep-seated scar on her psyche, but it was now accompanied by a quiet determination, a refusal to be defined by her fear. She had faced the unimaginable, and she had not been broken. In the subsequent days and weeks, Anna began to notice small, unsettling occurrences that hinted at the entity's continued, albeit diminished, presence. A recurring nightmare featuring the entity's malevolent gaze. A fleeting sensation of icy cold in a warm room. The faint, almost imperceptible echo of the unified whisper in moments of absolute silence. These were subtle reminders, whispers in the darkness, suggesting that the ancient intelligence might not have been entirely banished, that it might still be lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to resurface. The finality of her victory remained uncertain, a fragile hope tempered by the chilling awareness of the power she had faced. Stage 2 had brought a direct confrontation, a perilous journey into the abyss and a hard one, but potentially temporary reprieve. The lingering shadow of the entity served as a constant reminder that the battle might not be over, that the ancient darkness might simply be lying dormant, waiting for the opportune moment to once again infiltration the fragile boundaries of her reality. The unsettling stillness of her days now carried a new weight, a quiet vigilance, the awareness that the war might have been won, but the enemy might still be lurking unseen in the shadows. Part 20. The Resurgence. The fragile peace that settled over Anna's life after a perilous confrontation with the entity proved to be a temporary reprieve, a deceptive calm before the storm's final, furious assault. The subtle reminders of the entity's lingering presence, the recurring nightmares, the fleeting sensations of cold, the faint echoes of its unified whisper, gradually intensified, growing bolder and more pervasive, like a persistent infection refusing to be eradicated. The lingering shadow began to solidify, its malevolent influence seeping back into the fabric of Anna's waking hours with renewed and terrifying intensity. The insidious whispers within her mind returned, no longer faint undertones, but clear, constant chorus of negativity, doubt, and fear. The entity's voice, now chillingly familiar, wove its way into her thoughts with increasing audacity, undermining her confidence, amplifying her anxieties, and subtly twisting her perceptions of reality once more. The fragile sense of inner peace she had fought so hard to achieve began to crumble under the relentless psychological assault. The unsettling occurrences in her apartment also resurfaced, escalating beyond fleeting shadows and unexplained chills. Objects would move with deliberate intent. Books would fall from shelves, and electronic devices would malfunction erratically, creating an atmosphere of pervasive unease and a growing sense that she was no longer alone in her sanctuary. The tangible manifestations of the entity's presence served as a constant, terrifying reminder that it had not been banished, that it was still very much a part of her reality. Sleep once again became a battleground, the nightmares returning with a vengeance. The unveiled entity manifested in even more grotesque and terrifying forms, its malevolent gaze filled with a chillingly focused hatred. The sleep paralysis returned with its suffocating weight, and the unified whispers during these episodes became direct and threatening, no longer just insidious suggestions, but overt pronouncements of an intent to reclaim her completely. The entity's influence began to extend beyond Anna's personal space, subtling her interactions with the outside world. Misunderstandings with friends and colleagues became more frequent and more severe, fueled by the entity's manipulative whispers and Anna's own growing paranoia. Opportunities seemed to vanish inexplicably, and minor setbacks were amplified into overwhelming crises, creating a sense of relentless adversity that further eroded her resolve. The entity was systematically dismantling her life, isolating her and stripping away any potential sources of support. The physical toll of this renewed assault was even more devastating than before. The constant stress and lack of sleep left Anna in a state of near-constant exhaustion, her body weakened and her immune system compromised. She became susceptible to minor illnesses, each physical ailment serving as another drain on her already depleted reserves. The world around her seemed to grow dim and distant, her senses dulled by the overwhelming weight of her fear and despair. desperate and feeling as though she was teetering on the brink of utter collapse. Anna knew that she could not endure another direct confrontation in the same way she had before. The sheer power of the entity in its true form had almost shattered her mind, and she feared that another such encounter would lead to her complete and irreversible destruction. Yet, she refused to surrender. The memory of her brief victory, the knowledge that she had once pushed back the ancient darkness, fueled a desperate, last-ditch effort to find a way to sever the entity's connection permanently. Drawing on the most extreme and perilous suggestions from her research, Anna resolved to attempt a full-fledged banishing ritual, a complex and potentially dangerous undertaking that required intense focus, unwavering belief, and a willingness to confront the entity with every fiber of her being. She gathered the necessary materials, protective herbs, consecrated salt, blessed candles, transforming her small apartment into a makeshift sanctuary, a battleground for a final, desperate confrontation. The night she chose for the ritual was fraught with a palpable sense of dread. The air in her apartment felt heavy and charged. The shadows seemed to deepen and writhe with an unseen energy, and the entity's whispers within her mind were a constant, mocking chorus of defiance. As she began the ritual, her hands trembling but her resolve firm, the entity's presence intensified. The lights flickered violently. The temperature plummeted, and a unified voice echoed in her mind with a furious roar. The battle that ensued was not just a mental one. It felt physical, as if an invisible force was attempting to tear her apart. The entity unleashed the full force of its ancient power, bombarding her with terrifying visions, attempting to break her concentration and shatter her will. But Anna held firm, her voice trembling but unwavering as she chanted the ancient words of banishment, her belief a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. The climax of the ritual was a moment of intense psychic struggle, a direct clash of wills between Anna's desperate determination and the entity's ancient malevolence. The air crackled with energy, objects in the room rattled violently, and the entity's unified voice reached a deafening crescendo of rage and despair. Then, as Anna completed the final incantation, a wave of pure, radiant energy erupted from within her, flooding the apartment with a blinding light. The entity shrieked, its presence recoiling as if struck by an unbearable force. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated. The shadows receded, and the terrifying whispers fell silent, replaced by a profound and absolute stillness. The silence that followed was not the pregnant stillness of fear, but a deep, resonant quiet, a silence that spoke of a hard-won victory. Anna collapsed, weak but filled with a sense of profound relief. The entity was gone. The battle was finally over. The lingering shadow had been confronted, and though the scars of her ordeal would remain, Anna had emerged, battered but unbroken, from the abyss. Stage 2 had brought her to the brink of destruction, but in her darkest hour, she had found the strength to fight back, to banish the ancient darkness that had sought to consume her. The unsettling stillness of the night had finally yielded to a true and lasting peace, the silence a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to overcome even the most unimaginable terrors. Fight and Unraveling the Mystery. Part 21. The Quiet Aftermath. The profound silence that descended upon Anna's apartment after the banishing ritual was unlike anything she had experienced in what felt like an eternity. It wasn't the pregnant stillness of fear, the oppressive quiet that preceded the entity's nightly assaults. The silence was deep, resonant, almost clean. It was the absence of a constant, malevolent presence, the cessation of the insidious whispers that had become a torturous soundtrack to her waking hours. For the first time in months, Anna felt truly alone in her own home, and the solitude, while initially unsettling after such prolonged invasion, slowly began to feel safe. The immediate aftermath of the ritual left Anna physically and emotionally drained. The sheer exertion of confronting the ancient entity, the raw intensity of her fear and determination, had taken a significant toll. She slept for what felt like days, a deep, dreamless slumber that allowed her battered mind and body to begin the long process of healing. When she finally awoke, the world seemed brighter, the air lighter, as if a heavy, invisible weight had been lifted from her existence. However, the scars of her ordeal remained, etched deep within the recesses of her mind. The memory of the unveiled entity, its terrifying form and malevolent gaze, would still flash unbidden into her thoughts, triggering a visceral wave of anxiety. The The lingering echoes of the entity's whispers would sometimes surface in moments of quiet contemplation, a faint, sibilant reminder of the psychological torment she had endured. The world around her, though no longer overtly menacing, still carried a subtle undercurrent of unease, a lingering hypervigilance that made it difficult to fully relax and trust in her newfound peace. The process of rebuilding her life felt like an immense and daunting task. The entity's insidious manipulations had taken a significant toll on her relationships, her work, and her sense of self. Friends and colleagues, confused and hurt by her erratic behavior and sudden withdrawal, remained distant, their trust eroded by the unseen forces that had controlled her actions. Her freelance work had suffered, deadlines missed and opportunities lost, leaving her with a mounting sense of financial insecurity. And the core of her identity, the once vibrant and self-assured artist, felt fractured and fragile, overshadowed by the trauma she had endured. Anna found herself grappling with a profound sense of isolation. While the entity was gone, the fear of judgment and disbelief still prevented her from sharing the full extent of her terrifying experiences with anyone. The idea of explaining the ancient malevolence that had invaded her mind, the conscious battle she had waged in the realm of sleep paralysis, felt like an invitation to ridicule and the dreaded label of insanity. She carried the weight of her ordeal in silence, a solitary survivor navigating a world that remained oblivious to the invisible war she had fought and won. Therapy became a crucial step in Anna's long journey toward healing. Finding a therapist who was open-minded and willing to explore the psychological impact of her experiences, without immediately dismissing them as mere nightmares or delusions, proved to be a challenge. But eventually, she found someone who listened with empathy and understanding, helping her to process the trauma, to validate the reality of her fear, and to begin the arduous task of reclaiming her sense of self and rebuilding her life. Through therapy, Anna began to unpack the complex layers of her ordeal, exploring the psychological roots of her initial vulnerability, the insidious tactics of the entity, and the profound impact the experience had had on her mental and emotional well-being. She learned coping mechanisms for managing the lingering anxiety and intrusive memories, slowly beginning to integrate the terrifying events into the narrative of her life, not as a defining force, but as a crucible through which she had passed and survived. The process of reconnecting with friends and colleagues was slow and tentative. Anna found herself hesitant to fully explain her absence and her changed demeanor, offering vague explanations of stress and personal struggles. Some relationships remained strained, the trust broken by the entity's manipulations proving difficult to mend. But others, sensing Anna's genuine desire to reconnect and witnessing her gradual return to her former self, began to cautiously re-engage, offering much-needed support and understanding. Her artistic pursuits, once a source of joy and self-expression, became a vital avenue for healing. Anna found herself drawn to darker, more introspective themes in her work, using her art as a way to process the trauma she had endured, to externalize the fear and the sense of violation she had experienced. Slowly, tentatively, her creativity began to flow again, infused with newfound depth and resilience. The world around Anna began to regain its familiar contours, the subtle undercurrent of menace gradually receding as her sense of safety and control returned. The hypervigilance began to lessen, replaced by a cautious optimism and a growing trust in her own strength and resilience. The silence in her apartment no longer felt unsettling but comforting, a testament to her hard-won peace. However, a profound and unsettling understanding had taken root within Anna's consciousness. The veil had been lifted, and she now knew that there were forces beyond the realm of human comprehension, ancient intelligences lurking in the shadows, capable of opening the very fabric of human consciousness. The world no longer felt quite so safe, so predictable. A subtle awareness of the unseen now colored her perception of reality, a quiet understanding that the battle she had fought might not be unique, that the ancient darkness might still be lurking, waiting for other vulnerable souls. The journey to full recovery would be long and arduous, but Anna had taken the first crucial steps. She had survived the abyss, she had banished the immediate threat, and she was beginning the slow process of rebuilding her shattered self. The quiet aftermath of her terrifying ordeal was not just a period of healing, it was the dawn of a new understanding, a profound awareness of the unseen battles that could be waged in the silent landscape of the human mind, and the enduring strength of the human spirit to overcome even the most unimaginable darkness. Stage 3 had begun, a chapter of recovery, rebuilding, and a newfound, unsettling awareness of the hidden realities that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Part 22, The Lingering Resonance. The quiet aftermath of Anna's battle with the ancient entity gradually transitioned into a period of cautious rebuilding. The acute terror had subsided, replaced by a pervasive sense of vigilance and a heightened awareness of the subtle energies that seemed to pulse beneath the surface of the ordinary world. The scars of her ordeal remained, not just as traumatic memories, but as a subtle shift in her perception, a tuning of her senses to frequencies she had never consciously registered before. The world felt subtly different, imbued with a layer of unseen activity, a silent resonance that hinted at realities beyond the tangible. Sleep, while no longer a nightly battleground, remained a sensitive area. Anna still experienced occasional nightmares, fleeting glimpses of the unveiled entity or echoes of its chilling whispers, serving as stark reminders of the terror she had faced. The familiar weight of sleep paralysis would sometimes return, but now it was accompanied by a sense of her own inner strength, a residual defiance that prevented the entity from fully reasserting its dominance. These episodes felt more like phantom pains, echoes of a past injury rather than a resurgence of the active threat. Anna's waking hours were marked by a newfound sensitivity to subtle sensory cues. Flickering shadows in her peripheral vision would catch her attention, triggering a momentary spike of anxiety. Unexplained chills would run down her spine in otherwise warm environments. Certain frequencies of sound, particularly low hums or high-pitched whines, would induce a feeling of unease, a primal sense of something not being quite right. It was as if her encounter with the entity had inadvertently opened a door to a realm of sensory input that had previously been filtered out by her conscious awareness. The process of reintegrating into her social and professional life continued to be a slow and deliberate one. While some relationships had begun to mend, a subtle distance remained, a lingering awkwardness stemming from the unspoken chasm of her experience. Anna found herself hesitant to fully trust others, a residual paranoia whispering doubts about their true intentions. Her artistic work began to evolve, her style shifting toward more abstract and emotionally charged expressions, reflecting the inner turmoil and the altered perceptions she was still processing. One particularly unsettling development was Anna's growing awareness of similar experiences being shared online. In the darker corners of the internet, amidst the sensationalized and often unreliable accounts of paranormal encounters, she began to find threads of stories that resonated with her own ordeal in a chillingly specific way. Accounts of sleep paralysis accompanied by the feeling of an ancient, malevolent presence. Whispers that mimic familiar voices. A sense of being studied and manipulated by an unseen intelligence. While none matched her experience exactly, the recurring theme sent a shiver of unease down her spine, suggesting that she might not have been an isolated case, that the ancient darkness she had faced might be a more widespread phenomenon than she had initially believed. This dawning awareness led Anna down new avenues of research, moving beyond self-help and protective rituals into more unsettling territories of occult studies and paranormal investigations. She sought out credible researchers and individuals with documented experiences, hoping to find a larger context for what had happened to her, to understand the nature of the entities she had battled and whether it posed continued threat to others. One researcher she connected with, a woman named Dr. Eleanor Vance, a parapsychologist with a cautious but open-minded approach, expressed a keen interest in Anna's account. Dr. Vance had encountered similar, though less intensely focused, cases over the years, often involving feelings of ancient, oppressive presences during sleep paralysis. She theorized about the possibility of interdimensional entities or subconscious archetypes that could manifest in terrifyingly real ways during vulnerable states of consciousness. While Dr. Vance offered no definitive answers, her validation of the potential reality of Anna's experience provided a much-needed sense of intellectual and emotional support. As Anna delved deeper into this unsettling world, she began to notice more subtle anomalies in her daily life. A recurring symbol in her artwork that she couldn't consciously recall creating. A persistent feeling of being watched, even when she was certain she was alone. A series of increasingly vivid and disturbing dreams that felt less like random subconscious firings and more like messages, warnings. One particularly vivid dream involved the unveiled entity, its form still terrifying, but its gaze now carrying a strange sort of curiosity. It didn't speak in unified whispers, but a single, chillingly clear thought resonated in Anna's mind. The veil thins. The dream left Anna deeply unsettled, a sense of foreboding clinging to her waking hours. The phrase, "the veil thins," echoed in her thoughts, triggering a primal sense of unease. Her research had touched upon the concept of dimensional barriers weakening, allowing for greater interaction between different realities. Could the entity's defeat have somehow weakened these barriers, making her more susceptible to other influences? The subtle resonances of her ordeal began to intertwine with this growing sense of a larger, more unsettling reality. The heightened sensitivity to sensory input, the recurring symbols, the disturbing dreams, they no longer felt like mere aftereffects of her trauma. They felt like signs, subtle clues that something else was now at play, that the ancient darkness she had faced might be part of a larger, more complex and terrifying tapestry. The quiet aftermath was evolving into a period of uneasy anticipation, a dawning awareness that the world she thought she knew might be far more intricate and far more dangerous than she had ever imagined. The lingering resonance of her battle was not just a memory. It was a tuning fork, vibrating in response to unseen frequencies, hinting at a new, potentially even more perilous stage of her journey. Part 23. The Unseen Network. The unsettling dream and the chilling phrase, "the veil thins," became a catalyst for Anna's burgeoning investigation. The lingering resonance of her encounter with the ancient entity, coupled with her growing awareness of similar experiences shared by others, propelled her into a deeper exploration of the unseen realities that she now suspected lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Her apartment, once a battleground and then a sanctuary, transformed into a makeshift research hub, filled with books on occultism, mythology, parapsychology, and even fringe theories about interdimensional phenomena. Anna meticulously documented her recurring dreams, her heightened sensory experiences, and the subtle anomalies she observed in her daily life, searching for patterns, for connections that might illuminate the nature of the entity she had faced and the potential implications of the thinning veil. She revisited her dream journals from before the banishment, looking for any subtle foreshadowing, any early signs of the entity's influence or the weakening of dimensional barriers. She cross-referenced her experiences with the accounts she found online, creating a growing database of unsettling similarities and intriguing differences. Her research led her to explore the concept of interconnectedness in various esoteric traditions, the idea that different planes of existence or levels of consciousness might be linked by unseen networks or conduits. The entity's ability to her dreams and even influence her waking thoughts suggested a pre-existing connection, a pathway that had been exploited. The thinning veil could imply a widening of these pathways, a greater permeability between her reality and whatever realm the entity originated from, potentially exposing her to other, unknown influences. As Anna delved deeper, she began to notice increasingly subtle manipulations of her environment, occurrences that were easily dismissed as coincidence but carried a chilling undercurrent of intentionality. Objects would be inexplicably moved to places she had no recollection of putting them, often arranged in patterns that seemed vaguely symbolic or unsettlingly familiar to imagery she had encountered in her research. Lights would flicker erratically, not with the violent surges of the entity's direct presence, but with more subtle, rhythmic pulse that felt almost like a form of communication. Faint, unfamiliar scents would drift through her apartment, lingering for a moment before dissipating without a trace, sometimes carrying an almost metallic tang, or the cloying sweetness of something ancient and decayed. These subtle manipulations created a pervasive sense of unease, a feeling that she was being subtly observed and influenced even in her own home. The sanctuary she had painstakingly rebuilt began to feel less secure, the boundaries between her reality and the unseen world once again feeling porous and vulnerable. The silence in her apartment no longer felt entirely empty, but rather pregnant with a subtle, watchful presence. Anna's heightened senses became both a tool and a burden. While they allowed her to perceive these subtle anomalies, they also amplified her anxiety, making her constantly question the nature of her reality. Was that fleeting shadow just a trick of the light, or a glimpse of something else? Was that faint whisper just a wind, or a residual echo from the other side? The line between her own heightened awareness and a potential resurgence of external influence became increasingly blurred. Her connection with Dr. Vance proved to be a crucial anchor in this unsettling exploration. Dr. Vance, while unable to offer definitive answers, provided Anna with a framework for understanding her experiences, suggesting that the trauma of her encounter might have indeed heightened her sensitivity to subtle energies or even opened her up to perceiving phenomena that most people remain unaware of. She cautioned Anna against jumping conclusions, but encouraged her to continue documenting her experiences with a critical and discerning eye. Together, they explored various theories, from residual psychic imprints to the possibility of other entities being drawn to Anna by the energetic disturbance caused by her battle with the first one. The idea that the thinning veil might have created a kind of beacon, attracting unwanted attention from other denizens of the unseen network, was particularly unsettling. Anna began to incorporate practices of psychic shielding and energy clearing into her daily routine with renewed intensity, visualizing protective barriers around herself and her apartment, attempting to create a more robust defense against any potential incursions. She also delved into practices of grounding and centering, seeking to maintain a strong connection to the tangible world as a way to anchor herself against the unsettling pull of the unseen. Despite her efforts, the subtle manipulations of her environment continued, growing slightly more overt. She would find her research materials rearranged, specific passages highlighted or underlined in an unfamiliar hand. Her artwork would sometimes be subtly altered, a brushstroke added, or a color changed in a way that felt intentional, as if someone or something was subtly interacting with her world. These occurrences fueled a growing sense that she was not just dealing with the lingering echoes of her past tormentor, but potentially something new, something that was now aware of her, observing her, perhaps even attempting to communicate or influence her in a different way. The unseen network, she began to suspect, was far more vast and far more intricate than she had ever imagined, and her battle with the ancient entity might have inadvertently drawn her deeper into its complex and potentially hostile reality. The quiet aftermath had fully transitioned into a period of uneasy investigation, a cautious exploration of a world where the veil was indeed thinning, and the unseen network was beginning to make its presence subtly, yet undeniably known. Part 24. The whispers return with intent. The subtle manipulations of Anna's environment intensified, transitioning from unsettling rearrangements and fleeting sensory anomalies into more direct and undeniably intentional attempts at communication. The faint, unfamiliar sense now lingered longer, sometimes coalescing into distinct, almost symbolic odors. The cloying sweetness of decay intertwined with sharp, metallic tang, or the heavy, musky scent of something ancient and predatory. The rhythmic flickering of lights became more deliberate, almost Morse code-like patterns that seemed to pulse with an unseen energy. And the faint whispers, once relegated to the periphery of her hearing, began to coalesce into discernible words, though often fragmented, distorted, and delivered in unfamiliar, sibilant tones. These direct attempts at contact were deeply unsettling, shattering the fragile sense of control Anna had begun to rebuild. The silence in her apartment was once again broken, not by the familiar, unified voice of the ancient entity, but by something new, something that felt exploratory, testing the boundaries of her awareness. The whispers often seemed to respond to her thoughts, echoing her anxieties or subtly twisting her internal monologue, suggesting a level of awareness and responsiveness that was both terrifying and deeply invasive. Anna's heightened senses became even more overwhelmed, bombarded by a cacophony of subtle sensory input that made it increasingly difficult to discern what was real and what was manipulation. Fleeting visual distortions would flicker at the edges of her vision, shapes that weren't quite right, movements that defied the laws of physics. Taste would suddenly appear in her mouth, a metallic tang, a bitter residue, without any physical source. The feeling of being watched intensified, often accompanied by a prickling sensation on her skin, as if unseen eyes were constantly upon her. The dreams also evolved, becoming more vivid and more direct in their attempts at communication. The unveiled entity from her previous torment still appeared, but now it was often accompanied by other, equally unsettling figures, shadowy forms with indistinct features, entities that seemed to writhe and shift in the darkness, their presence radiating a cold, alien intelligence. These dream figures would sometimes attempt to speak, their voices distorted and unintelligible, but the underlying message was clear. She was being observed and perhaps even prepared for something. Dr. Vance became increasingly concerned by Anna's escalating experiences. The shift from subtle anomalies to direct communication attempts suggested a significant increase in the activity surrounding her, a potential escalation of the thinning veil phenomenon, or the emergence of a new, more assertive presence. Dr. Vance cautioned Anna against engaging directly with these attempts at communication, emphasizing potential danger of inviting further intrusion. She suggested focusing on strengthening her defenses and seeking out others who might have experience with similar phenomena. Anna's research led her to explore the concept of thought forms and entities generated by collective consciousness, the idea that intense emotions or beliefs could coalesce into semi-sentient energies or even independent entities. The pervasive fear and fascination surrounding paranormal phenomena, amplified by the internet and collective anxieties, could potentially create a fertile ground for such entities to manifest. This theory offered a chillingly plausible explanation for the diverse and often contradictory accounts she had encountered online, and it raised the unsettling possibility that her own intense ordeal might have inadvertently attracted other, similar energies. The subtle manipulations of her environment continued, now taking on a more symbolic and potentially instructive quality. She would find books open to specific passages dealing with summoning rituals or interdimensional communication. Her artwork would be subtly altered to incorporate unfamiliar symbols or geometric patterns that she later recognized from occult texts. It felt as though an unseen intelligence was not just observing her, but actively trying to guide her, to lead her down a specific path. This sense of being subtly guided was deeply unsettling, raising the terrifying possibility that she was not just being targeted, but potentially being groomed for something. The thought that the ancient entity she had banished might have been part of a larger network, a collective intelligence with a long-term agenda, sent a shiver of icy dread down her spine. Anna's isolation deepened as her experiences became increasingly difficult to articulate or explain to anyone who hadn't been through something similar. The fear of being dismissed as delusional intensified, making her even more reluctant to confide in friends or even Dr. Vance about the more overtly communicative aspects of the phenomena she was experiencing. She felt increasingly alone, trapped in a terrifying reality that seemed to be unfolding solely for her benefit or her detriment. The battle for her sanity became a constant, internal struggle. The direct communication attempts, the sensory manipulations, the unsettling dreams, they all chipped away at her sense of what was real, what was internal, and what was external. The lines between her own thoughts and the potential influence of unseen forces became dangerously blurred. Yet, amidst the growing fear and disorientation, a spark of defiance remained. The memory of her previous victory, the knowledge that she had once pushed back the darkness, fueled a desperate determination to understand what was happening and to find a way to protect herself. She intensified her research, focusing on methods of psychic self-defense and techniques for severing unwanted connections. She knew that she was no longer just dealing with the lingering echoes of a past tormentor. She was facing something new, something that was actively reaching out, and the nature of its intent remained a terrifying and urgent mystery. The unsettling silence had been replaced by whispers with intent, a chilling prelude to a potentially even more dangerous and complex stage of her ordeal. Part 25. The familiar facade returns with purpose. The fragmented whispers and subtle sensory manipulations escalated into a more focused and disturbingly familiar form of communication. The unified voice of the ancient entity she had banished began to resurface, no longer a constant barrage but intermittent, chillingly clear pronouncements that seemed specifically designed to undermine her resolve and reassert its influence. However, this time, the familiar facade came with a new layer of insidious purpose, laced with a subtle understanding of her attempts to defend herself and a calculated effort to exploit her lingering vulnerabilities. The whispers often mimicked the comforting tones of loved ones, echoing phrases of reassurance or offering seemingly helpful advice, only to twist into something sinister at the last moment, a subtle barb of doubt or a chilling reminder of her past torment. It was a calculated attempt to erode her trust in her own judgment and to destabilize the fragile sense of peace she had begun to cultivate. The entity seemed to be probing her defenses, testing her emotional boundaries, searching for any weakness it could exploit. The manipulations of her environment became more personalized and psychologically targeted. Objects associated with cherished memories would be subtly altered or moved in unsettling ways, defiling the comfort she once derived from them. Her artwork, a sanctuary of self-expression, would be inexplicably changed, incorporating symbols or imagery that resonated with her deepest fears and anxieties, creating a sense that her very creativity was being by the unseen. The dreams intensified in their directness and their attempts to manipulate her emotions. The familiar figures of her past, once terrifying in their malevolent mimicry, now appear with a veneer of sorrow or concern, attempting to guilt-trip her, to sow seeds of doubt about her actions against the ancient entity. They would whisper that she had made a mistake, that she had disrupted a natural order, and that she was now in greater danger than ever before. These dream manipulations were designed to prey on her empathy and her lingering guilt, weakening her resolve and making her question the validity of her victory. Anna's heightened senses became increasingly unreliable, the line between genuine perception and deliberate manipulation blurring to an almost unbearable degree. She would experience vivid olfactory hallucinations, the comforting scent of her grandmother's lavender suddenly twisting into the cloying sweetness of decay, or the familiar aroma of her father's pipe tobacco morphing into sharp, metallic tang she had associated with the entity. These sensory distortions were designed to disorient her, to make her question her own sanity and her ability to trust her perceptions. The feeling of being watched intensified, accompanied by a growing sense of being actively studied, as if she were a subject under intense scrutiny. She would catch fleeting glimpses of movement in her peripheral vision, shadows that seemed to observe her before vanishing without a trace. She would experience sudden shifts in temperature in localized areas of her apartment, cold spots that felt like the lingering presence of an unseen observer. This constant feeling of being watched and analyzed created a profound sense of unease and a growing paranoia that she was being prepared for something, her reactions being carefully cataloged. Dr. Vance became increasingly concerned by the shift in the phenomena surrounding Anna. The return of the familiar voice, coupled with the targeted emotional and psychological manipulations, suggested that the banished entity was either not entirely gone or that its network was now actively attempting to reestablish contact and control. Dr. Vance emphasized the importance of maintaining strong boundaries and resisting any urge to engage with these attempts at communication. She suggested exploring more advanced shielding techniques and seeking out individuals with expertise in dealing with persistent entities. Anna's research led her to delve into the concept of psychic hooks and energetic attachments, the idea that a powerful entity could leave behind residual connections, even after banishment, allowing for continued influence. She explored techniques for severing these attachments, including focus meditation, energetic cord-cutting rituals, and the invocation of protective energies. The urgency of her situation had intensified, and she knew that she needed to find a way to permanently sever any lingering connection to the ancient darkness. The subtle manipulations of her environment took on a more instructional and potentially threatening tone. She would find books open to passages detailing methods of binding or controlling entities. Her artwork would be altered to incorporate symbols of power and domination. It felt as though the network was not just observing her, but actively trying to educate her, to subtly guide her towards a path of potential subjugation. The isolation that enveloped Anna became almost absolute. The return of the familiar voice and the increasingly targeted nature of the phenomena made it impossible to confide in anyone who hadn't experienced something similar. The fear of being perceived as irrevocably insane intensified, trapping her in a terrifying reality that seemed to be orchestrated specifically for her. The battle for her mind became a desperate struggle against a familiar enemy wielding new and insidious tactics. The return of the unified voice, the manipulation of her memories and emotions, the constant feeling of being watched, it all pointed toward a coordinated and persistent effort to reestablish control. But within Anna, the memory of her previous victory and a fierce determination to protect her hard-won freedom ignited a renewed sense of defiance. She knew that she could not afford to succumb to fear or doubt. She had faced the abyss before, and she would face it again, armed with the knowledge of her enemy's tactics and the unwavering resolve to sever the connection once and for all. The unsettling silence had been replaced by a familiar voice with new purpose, a chilling herald an even more personal and potentially devastating stage of her ordeal. Part 26. The Fabric of Illusion. The familiar voice, now laced with chillingly persuasive tone, began to weave intricate illusions around Anna, blurring the already fragile boundaries between her internal world and external reality. The network, or the entity acting through it, seemed to possess an acute understanding of her deepest desires and fears, crafting hyper-realistic sensory experiences designed to manipulate her emotions and undermine her resolve. The subtle manipulations of her environment gave way to wholesale shifts in her perception, making her question the very fabric of her existence. Her apartment would momentarily transform into places from her past. Her childhood home, a cherished vacation spot, a place where she had experienced profound joy or comfort. These illusions were incredibly vivid, complete with familiar sights, sounds, and even smells, evoking powerful emotional responses within her. But just as suddenly, they would dissolve, leaving her disoriented and questioning the reality of her surroundings. The entity seemed to be testing her grip on what was real, attempting to destabilize her by making her doubt her own senses. The familiar faces of loved ones would appear, their expressions filled with concern or even distress, pleading with her to reconsider her resistance, to accept the entity's influence. These illusory interactions were emotionally wrenching, preying on her deepest desires for connection and her fear of being alone. The voices were perfect imitations, echoing familiar tones and using intimate knowledge of her relationships, making it incredibly difficult to discern the real from the fabricated. The entity was weaponizing her own emotions against her, attempting to break her down through manufactured guilt and longing. The sensory manipulations became even more pervasive and disorienting. The taste of her favorite foods would suddenly turn bitter or metallic. The comforting warmth of a shower would abruptly become icy cold. Familiar textures would feel alien and unsettling to the touch. Her vision would flicker and distort, the colors of her surroundings shifting and swirling, the shapes of familiar objects momentarily warping into grotesque parodies. The entity was attacking her fundamental connection to the physical world, making her doubt the reliability of her own senses. Sleep offered no refuge from this onslaught of illusion. Her dreams became increasingly indistinguishable from reality, filled with seamless transitions between waking and dreaming states. She would have conversations with people who were not there, experience events that never happened, and wake up with vivid memories of things that she knew, logically, could not be real. The entity wazing the very process of her sleep, blurring the lines of consciousness, and further eroding her ability to discern truth from fabrication. The feeling of being watched intensified to a suffocating degree. She would catch glimpses of shadowy figures and mirrors that vanished when she turned around, hear footsteps in empty rooms, and feel the distinct sensation of someone breathing down her neck when she was utterly alone. The entity was creating a constant atmosphere of paranoia and unease, making her feel as though she was under constant surveillance, her every thought and action scrutinized. Dr. Vance became deeply alarmed by Anna's increasingly fragmented perception of reality. The shift from subtle manipulations to full-blown sensory illusions suggested a significant increase in the entity's power and its willingness to engage in more direct and psychologically damaging tactics. Dr. Vance emphasized the critical importance of grounding techniques in reality checks, urging Anna to constantly question her perceptions and to rely on external verification whenever possible. She also suggested seeking immediate help from a specialist in dissociative disorders or extreme trauma, fearing that Anna's mind was beginning to fracture under the relentless assault. Anna's research became a desperate attempt to find a way to distinguish reality from illusion, to identify the telltale signs of the entity's manipulations. She studied techniques of lucid dreaming and reality testing, hoping to gain some control within the dream state and to develop strategies for discerning true sensory input from fabricated experiences in her waking hours. She began to keep a detailed log of her perceptions, constantly cross-referencing them with external evidence whenever possible, desperately trying to maintain a foothold in reality. The isolation that enveloped Anna became almost complete. The increasingly bizarre and terrifying nature of her experiences made it impossible to confide in anyone who hadn't faced similar horrors. The fear of being institutionalized, of being labeled as completely and irrevocably insane, became a constant, paralyzing dread. She felt utterly alone, trapped in a world that seemed to be actively unraveling around her, her own mind becoming an unreliable narrator. The battle for her sanity reached a critical juncture. The entity was no longer just trying to influence her. It was actively trying to break her, to shatter her perception of reality and leave her completely vulnerable. But within Anna, a primal instinct for survival, a deep-seated refusal to surrender her own mind, ignited a desperate and ferocious resistance. She clung to the core memories of her authentic self, the unwavering love she had experienced, the undeniable truths of her past, using them as anchors in the swirling chaos of illusion. She knew that as she lost her grip on reality, she would be lost completely. The familiar voice had become a weaver of lies, and Anna's fight was now a desperate struggle to discern the threads of truth within the increasingly intricate and terrifying fabric of illusion. Part 27. The Unraveling. The intricate tapestry of illusions woven by the entity tightened its suffocating grip around Anna, dissolving the last vestiges of her ability to discern reality from fabrication. Her apartment became a fluid, unpredictable space, morphing seamlessly between familiar surroundings and terrifying, alien landscapes. Time itself lost all meaning, stretching and compressing erratically, leaving her perpetually disoriented and adrift in a sea of manufactured experiences. The familiar voice was no longer just a whisper. It was a constant presence in her mind, a chillingly intimate narrator of her unraveling reality, blurring the lines between her own thoughts and the entity's insidious pronouncements until they became indistinguishable. The familiar faces of loved ones, now perfected in their illusory guise, became relentless in their attempts to manipulate her. They offered her solace and understanding, echoing her deepest desires for connection and acceptance, but their eyes held a subtle, unsettling emptiness, a telltale sign of their artificiality. The entity used these fabricated interactions to probe her defenses, to identify any remaining emotional vulnerabilities, and to subtly guide her towards a complete surrender of her will. The emotional turmoil was relentless, a constant barrage of manufactured longing and guilt that threatened to shatter her already fragile resolve. The sensory manipulations reached a point of near total control. The taste of food became consistently repulsive, the comfort of touch replaced by sensations of cold slime or sharp, piercing pain. Her vision swam in a kaleidoscope of distorted colors and shapes, the laws of physics seemingly suspended as objects floated, walls shifted, and gravity became an unreliable force. Her hearing was a constant barrage of unsettling sounds, the distant screams of the damned, the chilling laughter of unseen entities, the distorted echoes of her own terrified gasps. The entity had effectively hijacked her senses, creating a personalized hell tailored to her deepest fears and anxieties. Sleep and wakefulness became utterly indistinguishable. Anna existed in a perpetual state of liminality, trapped in a nightmarish dreamscape where the boundaries of consciousness had completely dissolved. Vivid hallucinations played out with the intensity of reality, and moments of lucidity were fleeting and quickly swallowed by the overwhelming tide of illusion, the entity weighing the very core of her being, blurring the lines between her own consciousness and its alien presence, attempting to merge their identities into a single, terrifying whole. The feeling of being watched intensified into a suffocating awareness of being intimately known, every thought, every fear laid bare to the entity's cold, calculating gaze. She would experience vivid mental intrusions, alien thoughts and images flooding her mind, replacing her own memories and desires with something cold and utterly foreign. The entity was attempting to overwrite her very self, to erase her identity and replace it with its own ancient consciousness. Dr. Vance's increasingly frantic attempts to help Anna were met with fragmented and incoherent responses. Anna's grip on reality had become so tenuous that she struggled to communicate coherently, her words often dissolving into panicked whispers and nonsensical ramblings. Dr. Vance, recognizing the imminent danger of complete psychotic break, urged immediate hospitalization, fearing that Anna was on the verge of being lost entirely. But within the fractured remnants of Anna's consciousness, a primal instinct for survival, a fierce and unwavering refusal to be completely erased, ignited a final, desperate surge of resistance. Even as the entity tightened its control, even as a perception of reality crumbled around her, a core of self-awareness remained, a tiny spark of defiance in the overwhelming darkness. Drawing on the fragmented memories of her banishing ritual, the desperate hope for freedom that had fueled her past actions, Anna began to fight back within the labyrinth of illusion. Withdrawing into the deepest recesses of her mind, she sought to create a sanctuary, a protected space where her authentic self could still exist. It was a terrifying and arduous journey through the dissolving landscape of her own consciousness, battling the entity's intrusive thoughts and the seductive allure of its illusions. Using every ounce of her remaining mental strength, Anna began to dismantle the illusions, consciously recognizing the telltale signs of their artificiality, the subtle inconsistencies, the emotional manipulations, the sensory contradictions. It was a painful and disorienting process, forcing her to confront the fabricated images of her loved ones and the seductive promises of the entity. In a final, desperate act of self-preservation, Anna turned inward, focusing on the core of her being, the essence of her identity, the unwavering love and the enduring strength that had defined her life. She embraced the pain of her fragmented reality, accepting the terror without succumbing to it, clinging to the unwavering belief in her own inherent worth and her right to exist. And then, with a mental scream of pure, unadulterated will, she severed the connection. It was not a violent expulsion like before, but a slow, agonizing tearing, a ripping apart of the merged consciousness. The illusions flickered and dissolved, the alien thoughts receded, and the constant voice in her mind began to fade, replaced by the faint, fragile echo of her own inner monologue. Anna was left adrift in a silent, empty void, the remnants of the entity's illusions swirling around her like dying embers. Her sense of self was fragmented, her mind reeling from the relentless assault on her perception. But within the silence, a tiny spark of her authentic self remained, battered but unbroken. Slowly, painstakingly, she began the long journey back to herself, piecing together the shattered fragment of her identity, re-establishing her connection to the tangible world. The unraveling had been terrifying, a descent into the very core of madness, but within that darkness, the enduring strength of the human spirit had refused to be extinguished. Stage 3 had reached its terrifying climax, and Anna, though deeply scarred, had survived the ultimate test, emerging from the abyss with fragile but unyielding determination to reclaim her life, piece by agonizing piece. The silence was no longer the absence of terror, but the quiet testament to a battle fought and, against all odds, won. Part 28. The Long Road Back. The silent void that remained after Anna severed her connection with the entity was not a peaceful emptiness, but a disorienting and terrifying expanse. Her sense of self was fragmented, scattered like shards of broken glass across the desolate landscape of her mind. Memories flickered and distorted, emotions surged without context, and the very boundaries of her identity felt porous and unreliable. The relentless assault on her perception had left her profoundly untethered, struggling to re-establish a stable connection to reality and to the core of who she once was. The initial days and weeks were a blur of disorientation and profound exhaustion. Anna existed in a liminal state, drifting between fitful sleep and waking nightmares, the echoes of the entity's illusions still clinging to the edges of her consciousness. The world around her felt distant and unreal, as if she were viewing through a thick, distorting fog. Simple tasks like eating or getting dressed required immense effort, her body feeling heavy and unresponsive, her will fractured and unreliable. Dr. Vance, deeply concerned by Anna's fragile state, gently but firmly insisted on professional help. The trauma Anna had endured was beyond the scope of their previous discussions, and the risk of long-term psychological damage was significant. Reluctantly, and with a deep-seated fear of institutionalization, Anna agreed to seek intensive therapy with a specialist in trauma and dissociative disorders. The process of therapy was slow, painful, and often re-traumatizing. Anna struggled to articulate the incomprehensible horrors she had experienced, the words feeling inadequate to convey the sheer terror and the profound violation of her mind. The therapist, Dr. Lena Hansen, a compassionate and experienced clinician, approached Anna's case with patience and understanding, validating the reality of her fear, without dismissing the seemingly fantastical elements of her narrative. Dr. Hansen employed a variety of therapeutic techniques, including EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, to help Anna process the traumatic memories, and grounding exercises to anchor her back to the present reality. Slowly, painstakingly, Anna began to piece together the fragmented shards of her experience, to create a coherent narrative of the horrors she had endured and the strength she had found within herself to survive. The lingering psychological trauma manifested in a multitude of ways. Anna experienced intense flashbacks, vivid and visceral relivings of the entity's illusions and the suffocating terror of the sleep paralysis. She struggled with severe anxiety and panic attacks, triggered by seemingly innocuous sensory cues that subconsciously reminded her of the entity's manipulations. She battled profound feelings of distrust and isolation, the lingering effect of the entity's attempts to sever her connections with others. Rebuilding her sense of self proved to be an arduous journey. The entity's attempt to overwrite her identity had left deep scars, making her question her own thoughts, feelings, and motivations. Dr. Hansen helped Anna to reconnect with her core values, her passions, and her memories of who she was before the invasion. Through journaling, art therapy, and guided imagery, Anna slowly began to reclaim her sense of self, to differentiate her own authentic thoughts and feelings from the lingering echoes of the entity's influence. The process of reintegrating into a world outside her apartment was tentative and often overwhelming. Crowded places triggered intense anxiety, and the simple act of interacting with strangers felt fraught with subtle paranoia. Anna found solace in the quiet familiarity of her home, gradually transforming it back into a safe haven, a space free from the entity's pervasive presence. Reconnecting with friends and colleagues was a delicate dance. Anna offered partial explanations for her prolonged absence and her changed demeanor, focusing on the severe stress and anxiety she had been battling. Some relationships remained strained, the unspoken chasm of her experience creating a lasting distance. But others, witnessing Anna's genuine efforts to heal and reconnect, offered unwavering support and understanding, their presence a vital lifeline in her recovery. Her artistic work became an even more crucial outlet for processing her trauma. Anna's art evolved, incorporating the surreal and often terrifying imagery of her ordeal, transforming her pain into a powerful form of self-expression. Through her art, she began to find a sense of purpose and meaning in her survival, channeling her experience into something tangible and resonant. The fear of the entity's return remained a persistent shadow, a chilling undercurrent beneath the surface of her recovery. Anna knew that the ancient darkness she had faced was powerful and potentially eternal. The possibility of a resurgence, a renewed attempt to her life, was a constant source of anxiety. To combat this fear, she continued to practice rigorous mental and energetic shielding techniques, reinforcing the boundaries of her mind and her personal space. The long road back to normalcy was fraught with challenges and setbacks. There were days when the trauma felt overwhelming, when the echoes of the entity's whispers seemed to resurface with terrifying clarity. But with the unwavering support of Dr. Hansen and the gradual rediscovery of her own inner strength, Anna persevered. Slowly, painstakingly, the shattered fragments of her life began to coalesce. Her sense of self solidified, her anxiety lessened, and her trust in her own perceptions began to return. The world outside her apartment no longer felt quite so menacing, and the possibility of a future free from the entity's influence began to feel like a tangible reality, not just a distant hope. The silence in her apartment had finally transformed into a true and lasting peace, a testament to her resilience and her hard-won victory. The long road back was far from over, but Anna had taken the crucial first steps, emerging from the abyss with profound understanding of her own strength and the enduring power of the human spirit to heal even the deepest wounds. Stage 3 continued, a chapter of recovery, rebuilding and the slow, steady reclamation of a life that had been so brutally invaded, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to find light even after the darkest night. Part 29, Echoes in the Dark. As Anna continued her slow but steady journey of recovery, the lingering echoes of her terrifying ordeal began to resonate in unexpected ways. The heightened sensitivity to subtle energies and the unsettling awareness of the unseen world that had emerged during her battle with the entity did not simply fade with time. Instead, they became a permanent part of her perception, a new lens through which she experienced reality. The veil, it seemed, had thinned not just for the entity, but for her as well, leaving her subtly attuned to frequencies and presences that remained imperceptible to most. This heightened awareness manifested in a variety of ways. Anna found herself instinctively drawn to certain places, locations that hummed with an unfamiliar energy, both comforting and subtly unsettling. She became more sensitive to the emotional states of others, often sensing undercurrents of anxiety or distress that went unspoken. And in the quiet moments, She would sometimes perceive fleeting glimpses of shadow figures or hear faint whispers that were not her own thoughts, subtle reminders of the unseen world that now felt so close. Driven by a need to understand these lingering perceptions and a growing sense that her experience might not be entirely unique, Anna continued her exploration of the esoteric and paranormal. Her connection with Dr. Vance deepened, evolving from therapist-patient to a more collaborative exchange of information and theories. Together, they delved into accounts of individuals who claimed to possess similar sensitivities, often described as psychic abilities or intuitive gifts that had been heightened by trauma or near-death experiences. Through Dr. Vance, Anna was introduced to a small, discreet online community of individuals who had experienced similar encounters with malevolent entities and other forms of intense paranormal phenomena. Sharing her story with this group in the relative anonymity of the internet proved to be a profound and validating experience. For the first time, Anna found herself among others who understood the incomprehensible terror she had faced, who could speak the language of unseen forces and psychic battles. The stories shared within the community were both chilling and illuminating. Many described similar experiences with sleep paralysis and malevolent entities, often featuring the same themes of mimicry, manipulation, and a sense of ancient predatory intelligence. Some had also experienced the lingering heightened sensitivities and the subtle intrusions of the unseen world in their waking lives. It became clear to Anna that the ancient darkness she had encountered was not an isolated phenomenon, but perhaps part of a larger, more pervasive reality. Within this community, Anna encountered individuals who had developed various coping mechanisms and defensive strategies for dealing with these ongoing intrusions. Some practiced advanced shielding techniques, others focused on energy clearing and spiritual cleansing, and a few even claimed to possess the ability to actively engage with and repel these entities. Anna cautiously began to explore some of these techniques, finding a measure of comfort and a renewed sense of agency in taking proactive steps to protect herself. One recurring theme within the community was the idea of a larger, ongoing war between different types of entities, and even different dimensions. Some believed that malevolent forces were constantly attempting to and influence the human realm, feeding on negative energy and seeking to exert control. Anna's own battle, in this context, felt less like a personal nightmare and more like a skirmish in a much larger, unseen conflict. This dawning realization was both terrifying and strangely empowering. While the scale of the potential threat was immense, it also meant that she was not alone in her struggle. There were others who had faced similar darkness, who had survived, and who were actively fighting back. The isolation that had plagued her for so long began to dissipate, replaced by a fragile sense of connection and a shared purpose. As Anna continued to navigate her recovery and her exploration of the unseen world, she began to notice more deliberate attempts at communication from something. These were not the direct, manipulative whispers of the ancient entities she had banished, but something more subtle, more inquisitive. She would find recurring symbols in unexpected places, hear faint musical tones with no discernible source, and experience vivid, symbolic dreams that felt like attempts to convey information. These new phenomena were unsettling, raising the question of whether the banished entity's network was still trying to reach her, or if her heightened sensitivity had attracted the attention of something else entirely. The thinning veil seemed to be a double-edged sword, granting her a greater awareness, but also potentially exposing her to a wider range of unseen influences. The journey of recovery had evolved into something more profound, a journey of discovery, a tentative exploration of a hidden reality that existed alongside the mundane world. Anna was no longer just a survivor. She was becoming an unwilling explorer, a reluctant warrior on the front lines of an unseen war. The echoes of her past trauma had become a tuning fork, resonating with the subtle frequencies of a larger, more complex, and potentially dangerous reality. The quiet aftermath had given way to a dawning awareness of the darkness that lurked just beyond the veil, and the unsettling realization that her own battle might be just one small part of a much larger, ongoing conflict in the shadows. Part 30, The Gathering Light. Anna's tentative exploration of the unseen world deepened into a more focused and purposeful investigation. The subtle communications she had been receiving became clearer, often manifesting as recurring symbols that, through her research and the insights shared within the online community, began to reveal potential meanings, symbols of protection, of warning, and even of connection. The faint musical tones sometimes coalesce into recognizable melodies, ancient sounding and subtly resonant with a feeling of both sorrow and strength. Her dreams evolved further, becoming more lucid and narrative-driven, featuring encounters with other individuals who seemed to possess similar sensitivities and shared understanding of the unseen war. The online community became an increasingly vital lifeline for Anna. She moved beyond simply sharing her experiences to actively engaging with others, offering support, exchanging information, and collaborating on deciphering the subtle communications they were all receiving. A sense of camaraderie and shared purpose began to emerge within the group, a feeling that they were not just isolated survivors, but part of a larger, albeit hidden, network of individuals attuned to the unseen realities. Through this community, Anna learned more about the different types of entities that existed beyond the veil, their motivations, and their methods of interaction with the human world. She discovered that the ancient darkness she had faced was just one facet of a much more complex and diverse spectrum of unseen intelligences, some malevolent, others seemingly neutral, and even a few that appeared to be benevolent guardians or guides. The thinning veil, she came to understand, was not just a random occurrence, but potentially a cyclical phenomenon, a period of increased permeability between worlds that had occurred throughout history. The more Anna learned, the more she realized that her survival of the entity's assault had not been a random act of luck. Her inherent resilience, her refusal to surrender, and perhaps even some form of unconscious sensitivity had made her a target, but also a survivor. Her heightened awareness was not just a lingering side effect of her trauma. It was a potential gift, a way to perceive and interact with the unseen world in a more meaningful way. As her understanding grew, so too did her sense of responsibility. She could no longer simply retreat into the safety of her mundane life, oblivious to the unseen war that raged just beyond the edges of perception. She felt a growing pull to use her newfound awareness to help others, to offer support and guidance to those who were just beginning to experience the terrifying intrusions of the unseen world. Together with Dr. Vance and a core group from the online community, Anna began to organize local meetups and workshops, creating safe spaces for individuals to share their experiences and learn practical techniques for protection and self-defense. These gatherings were often emotionally intense, filled with both fear and profound sense of relief at finally being understood. Anna found a sense of purpose in helping others navigate the terrifying landscape she had already traversed. The subtle communications continued, becoming more focused and direct. Anna began to suspect that she was being guided, perhaps by one of the more benevolent forces within the unseen network. The recurring symbols seemed to point toward specific locations or individuals, and the melodic fragments sometimes carry a sense of urgency or warning. One particularly vivid dream led Anna to an old bookstore in a less trafficked part of the city. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, she found a dusty, leather-bound volume tucked away on a forgotten shelf. Within its pages, she discovered ancient texts detailing methods of communication with benevolent entities and strategies for strengthening the veil against malevolent forces. It felt like a deliberate act of guidance, a helping hand reaching across the divide between worlds. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place during a particularly intense group meeting. One of the members, an elderly woman who had experienced similar phenomena for decades, recognized one of the recurring symbols Anna had been seeing. It was an ancient glyph representing a collective of light beings dedicated to protecting the human realm from the encroaching darkness. The woman explained that those who were sensitive to the unseen world often became unwitting participants in this ongoing war, their heightened awareness acting as both a vulnerability and a potential asset. Faced with this profound understanding, Anna reached a pivotal decision. She could choose to retreat, to try and shut out the unseen world and focus solely on her own healing. Or she could embrace her newfound awareness and actively join the ranks of those who sought to protect humanity from the darkness. The choice was not an easy one, fraught with the potential for further danger and trauma. But the memory of the terror she had endured, coupled with profound sense of connection she now felt with others who shared her burden, ultimately swayed her decision. She would not be a victim. She would be a warrior of the light. With a newfound sense of purpose and resolve, Anna dedicated herself to learning more about the unseen war and how she could best contribute. She honed her psychic shielding abilities, learn techniques for energy manipulation, and deepen her understanding of the benevolent forces that sought to aid humanity. The lingering echoes of her past trauma became not just scars, but sources of strength and empathy, fueling her determination to prevent others from suffering as she had. The gathering light within Anna and within her growing community shone as a beacon of hope in the face of the encroaching darkness. The war was far from over, but they were no longer fighting alone. The thinning veil had revealed a terrifying reality, but it also forged unexpected connections and ignited a collective determination to protect the human realm from the shadows that lurked just beyond perception. Stage 3 concluded not with final victory, but with a conscious choice, a gathering of light in the face of enduring darkness, and the dawning of a new, more purposeful chapter in Anna's journey. Resolution and Consequences. Part 31. The First Steps into Shadow. Anna's decision to actively engage in the unseen war marked a significant turning point in her journey. The lingering fear and trauma of her past ordeal did not vanish entirely, but they were now tempered by a newfound sense of purpose and a growing resolve. The quiet aftermath had transformed into a determined stride forward, a conscious step into the shadows with the intent of bringing light. Her heightened senses, once a source of anxiety, now served as crucial tools, allowing her to perceive the subtle currents of the unseen world and to identify areas where their help was needed. The small online community that had become her lifeline solidified into a more organized and proactive group. United by their shared experiences and a common desire to combat the encroaching darkness, they began to meet regularly, both online and in person, sharing information, honing their abilities, and strategizing their approach. Anna, having faced the abyss and survived, naturally emerged as a central figure, her first-hand experience with a powerful malevolent entity lending weight to her insights and inspiring confidence within the group. Their initial efforts focused on building a stronger network and expanding their reach. They reached out to other individuals and online communities who reported similar experiences, cautiously vetting newcomers and sharing their knowledge and support. The gathering light began to attract others who had long felt isolated and afraid, creating a growing coalition of individuals attuned to the unseen war. Anna, drawing on her artistic talents, began to create visual representations of the symbols and energy she perceived, developing a kind of visual language to communicate the nuances of the unseen world to the group. Others contributed their unique skills. Some possessed a natural talent for energy manipulation, others had a deep understanding of ancient lore and protective rituals, and a few even exhibited nascent abilities in direct psychic engagement. Their early forays into the unseen war were cautious and exploratory. Guided by their heightened senses and the subtle communications they received, they began to identify hotspots, locations where negative energies were particularly strong or where malevolent entities seemed to be exerting a greater influence. These hotspots often manifested as areas of intense emotional distress, historical sites with traumatic pasts, or places where occult activities had taken place. One of their first investigations led them to an old, abandoned hospital on the outskirts of the city, a place rumored to be haunted by residual suffering and negative energy. Anna and a small team, including Dr. Vance and a particularly sensitive individual named Ben, ventured into the decaying building. The air inside was thick with a palpable sense of sorrow and despair, and fleeting shadows danced in their peripheral vision. Ben, his face pale and drawn, reported sensing multiple oppressive presences, drawn to the lingering pain of the location. Working together, Anna and the team performed a cleansing ritual, focusing their collective energy and intent to transmute the negative energies and create a protective barrier around the site. It was a challenging and emotionally draining experience, but as they completed the ritual, a sense of lightness descended upon the building and the oppressive atmosphere seemed to dissipate. It was a small victory, but it served as a powerful affirmation of their ability to make a difference. Their activities did not go unnoticed. As their influence grew, they began to attract the attention of more malevolent entities, subtle whispers and unsettling occurrences targeting members of their group. Anna, having been a prime target before, found herself once again in the crosshairs, experiencing vivid nightmares and increasingly direct attempts at psychic intrusion. However, this time, she was not alone. She had the support of her community, and she had learned how to defend herself. Together, they developed strategies for countering these attacks, employing shielding techniques, collective energy work, and even direct psychic pushback. Their shared strength proved to be a powerful deterrent, and the entities that targeted them found themselves facing a united front of resistance. As they delved deeper into the unseen war, Anna and her group began to encounter evidence of a larger, more organized network of malevolent entities, hinting at a coordinated effort to and influence the human realm on a wider scale. They discovered recurring symbols and patterns that suggested connections between seemingly disparate incidents and locations, implying a more strategic and long-term agenda. The gathering light that Anna and her community represented began to illuminate the extent of the darkness they were facing, but also served as a beacon of hope for others who were struggling in the shadows. Their network continued to grow, attracting individuals with diverse abilities and a shared commitment to fighting the unseen war. Anna's journey had come full circle. From a terrified victim, she had transformed into a determined warrior, leading a growing movement against the encroaching darkness. The scars of her past remained, but they now served as a source of strength and empathy, fueling her unwavering resolve. The first steps into shadow had been tentative, but with each small victory and each new ally, the gathering light grew stronger, illuminating the path forward in the ongoing battle for the human realm. Stage had begun, a chapter of active engagement, collective action, and the unwavering pursuit of light in the face of enduring darkness. Part 32, Unmasking the Network. Anna and her growing network dedicated themselves to understanding the larger organization of the malevolent entities they now knew existed. The recurring symbols and patterns they had identified became their primary focus, a cipher to unlock the secrets of the unseen war. Anna's artistic skills proved invaluable, allowing her to meticulously document and analyze these glyphs, cross-referencing them with ancient texts and occult lore shared within their community. Ben's heightened sensitivity allowed him to perceive the subtle energetic connections between different locations and incidents, acting as a kind of living compass pointing them toward areas of significant activity. Their investigations led them down increasingly dark and unsettling paths. They uncovered evidence of ritualistic practices aimed at weakening the veil in specific locations, creating conduits for more powerful entities to cross over. They found traces of psychic manipulation targeting vulnerable individuals, subtly influencing their thoughts and emotions to sow discord and amplify negative energy, creating a richer feeding ground for the malevolent forces. The network appeared to be sophisticated and well-organized, with different types of entities seemingly fulfilling specific roles. Some acted as infiltrators, subtly influencing human affairs from the shadows. Others were more like predators, feeding directly on fear and despair. And at the higher levels, there seemed to be more powerful, ancient intelligences orchestrating the larger agenda. As Anna and her team delved deeper, they began to develop more refined techniques for interacting with the unseen world. Sarah, a quiet woman with a natural talent for energy manipulation, learned to create intricate shields of protective energy, capable of deflecting psychic attacks and disrupting malevolent influences. Michael, a former historian with a passion for ancient languages, became adept at deciphering the occult texts they unearthed, uncovering forgotten rituals and methods of banishment. Anna herself discovered a growing ability to project her consciousness into the subtle realms, allowing her to scout locations and gather information without physically being present. This ability was both exhilarating and terrifying, exposing her to the raw, unfiltered energies of the unseen world and the potential for direct confrontation with powerful entities. Their successes, however, came with increasing risks. The network became aware of their investigations, and the subtle attacks escalated into more direct and aggressive confrontations. Anna experienced vivid waking hallucinations, the familiar faces of her friends twisting into grotesque masks, their voices laced with malevolent intent. Ben was targeted by psychic assaults that left him physically drained and emotionally distraught. Sarah's protective shields were tested by increasingly powerful bursts of negative energy. They realized they were treading on dangerous ground, unmasking a powerful and potentially vengeful enemy. Communication within their network became more cautious, relying on encrypted channels and coded language. They learned to recognize the subtle signs of surveillance, the feeling of being watched not just by unseen eyes, but by actively hostile intelligences. Their investigations led them to believe that the network's ultimate goal was not just to feed on negative energy, but to create a permanent weakening of the veil, allowing for more widespread and direct influence over the human realm. They uncovered disturbing prophecies in ancient texts that spoke of a coming convergence, a time when the barriers between worlds would collapse, unleashing unimaginable chaos and suffering. This realization galvanized their efforts. They knew they were not just fighting for their own survival, but for the fate of humanity. The gathering light had illuminated a terrifying truth, but it also fueled their determination to stand against the encroaching darkness. Their tactics evolved beyond simple defense and cleansing rituals. Drawing on the knowledge they had gained, they began to proactively disrupt the network's activities, targeting locations where the veil was being weakened and attempting to sever the energetic connections between different nodes of their operation. These proactive strikes were risky and often dangerous, requiring careful planning and precise execution. One such operation led them to an abandoned Masonic temple, a place steeped in occult history and rumored to be a nexus of dark energy. Anna, projecting her consciousness into the subtle realms, discovered a ritual in progress, a group of shadowy figures chanting in an unknown language, their energy focused on a swirling vortex of darkness in the center of the room. Physically, the team infiltrated the temple, facing not only the residual negative energies, but also the psychic defenses erected by the entities present. Michael, armed with his knowledge of ancient banishment rituals, and Sarah, wielding her powerful energy shields, led the charge, while Anna, guiding them from the subtle realms, identified the key points of the ritual to disrupt. The confrontation was intense and perilous, but they succeeded in breaking the ritual, causing a violent backlash of dark energy that forced the entities to retreat, at least temporarily. With each successful disruption, their understanding of the network grew, and their abilities became more refined. They were learning to fight on the enemy's terms, to navigate the treacherous landscape of the unseen world, and to wield their unique talents in a coordinated and effective manner. The unmasking of the network was a dangerous and ongoing process, but the gathering light was beginning to push back against the shadows, one hard-won victory at a time. The stakes were higher than ever, and the risks were mounting, but Anna and her community were no longer just reacting to the darkness. They were actively engaging in the war, determined to protect the human realm from the encroaching tide. Part 33. The Head of the Serpent. As Anna and her network continued to unravel the complexities of the malevolent organization, they began to focus their efforts on identifying its leadership. The recurring symbols and patterns, combined with the strategic coordination they had observed, suggested a hierarchical structure, a head of the serpent orchestrating the widespread. Anna's ability to project her consciousness into the subtle realms proved crucial in this endeavor, allowing her to perceive the energetic signatures of more powerful entities and trace the flow of influence within the network. Through her astral scouting, Anna began to identify recurring presences, ancient, shadowy figures radiating immense power and a chillingly focused intelligence. These entities seemed to oversee the activities in various hotspots and appeared to be connected by intricate webs of energy, suggesting a coordinated command structure. The unified voice she had encountered before, she now realized, might have been a manifestation of one of these higher-level entities, or perhaps a collective resonance of their combined will. Michael's deep knowledge of occult lore provided further clues, linking some of the symbols they had identified to ancient demonologies and accounts of powerful, malevolent beings that had plagued humanity throughout history. The network, it seemed, was not a new phenomenon but a resurgence of an ancient and persistent threat, adapting its tactics to the modern world. Their investigations led them to believe that the network's long-term goal extended beyond simply feeding on negative energy or weakening the veil. They uncovered hints of a desire for greater influence over the human realm, a subtle manipulation of societal structures and belief systems to create a world more conducive to their dark purposes. This realization raised the stakes of their conflict even higher, transforming their fight into a battle for the very soul of humanity. To directly confront the network's leadership, Anna and her core team knew they needed to evolve their tactics beyond reactive defense and localized disruptions. They began to experiment with more potent forms of energy manipulation and psychic engagement, pushing the boundaries of their abilities. Sarah learned to weave intricate energy constructs, creating temporary anchors and disruptors in the subtle realms. Ben, guided by Anna's astral projections, learned to channel focused bursts of pure energy, capable of disrupting the influence of weaker entities. Anna herself delved deeper into her ability to project her consciousness, learning to navigate the treacherous landscapes of the higher astral planes where more powerful entities resided. These journeys were fraught with peril, exposing her to the raw power and malevolent intent of these ancient beings. She learned to cloak her presence, to move silently through the subtle realms, and to gather information without attracting unwanted attention. Their efforts to identify the head of the serpent led them to a hidden location, an ancient subterranean complex beneath a seemingly innocuous historical landmark. Anna's astral projections revealed a powerful nexus of dark energy emanating from this location, a central point where many of the energetic webs converged. Within the subtle realms, she perceived the presence of several of the ancient, shadowy figures she had identified, their combined power radiating a palpable sense of malevolence and control. The team knew that confronting such a concentration of power would be incredibly dangerous, but they also understood that neutralizing the leadership would be a critical blow to the network's operations. They meticulously planned an infiltration, combining their individual abilities into a coordinated assault. Michael prepared potent banishment rituals, Sarah crafted powerful energy shields, and Ben stood ready to unleash focused energy blasts, all guided by Anna's real-time astral reconnaissance. The infiltration of the subterranean complex was fraught with peril. They faced not only the residual dark energies of the location, but also psychic defenses and lesser entities guarding the nexus. The closer they got to the central chamber, the more intense the resistance became. Anna, navigating the subtle realms ahead of the physical team, encountered direct psychic attacks from the higher-level entities, their malevolent intent a crushing weight on her consciousness. The confrontation in the central chamber was a battle on multiple levels. Physically, the team fought against shadowy guardians and oppressive dark energies. Psychically, Anna engaged in a fierce battle of wills with the higher-level entities, parrying their mental assaults and attempting to disrupt their control over the network. Michael's banishment rituals weakened the entity's power, while Sarah's shields protected the team from their psychic attacks, and Ben's focused energy blasts created openings for them to advance. The head of the serpent, the most powerful entity present, finally revealed itself in the subtle realms, a towering, amorphous shadow radiating an ancient and terrifying power. The psychic battle with this entity was the most intense Anna had ever experienced, a struggle for her very sanity and survival. But armed with her hard-won resilience and the combined support of her team, she managed to disrupt its connection to the network, causing a ripple effect of chaos and disorientation throughout the unseen organization. The team managed to escape the collapsing complex, battered but victorious. The head of the serpent had been struck a significant blow, its control over the network weakened. However, they knew that the ancient darkness was far from defeated, and that the remaining tendrils of the organization would likely regroup and retaliate. The fight was far from over, but they had taken a crucial step in unmasking the network and directly confronting its leadership, a perilous victory that had come at a significant personal risk, but had illuminated a path forward in the ongoing war. Part 34. The Serpent Strikes Back. The immediate aftermath of their successful strike against the network's leadership was a period of tense anticipation. While a palpable disruption had rippled through the unseen organization, a sense of unease lingered, a certainty that the wounded serpent would lash out with renewed ferocity. Anna and her team knew that their victory in the subterranean complex had not eradicated the ancient darkness, but merely provoked it. Their heightened senses became even more attuned, bracing for the inevitable retaliation. The subtle whispers returned, no longer coordinated commands, but fragmented bursts of rage and malevolent intent, like the dying gasps of a wounded beast. The energetic signatures they perceived became more chaotic and aggressive, indicating widespread unrest and a desperate attempt by the remaining elements of the network to re-establish control. The backlash manifested in both the unseen and the mundane realms. Members of their network experienced intensified psychic attacks, vivid nightmares, and unsettling intrusions into their waking thoughts. Anna herself was targeted by more sophisticated illusions, designed to sow discord within the group and undermine her leadership. Minor accidents and inexplicable misfortunes plagued their lives, subtle attempts to destabilize their efforts. Recognizing the escalating threat, Anna and her core team convened to reassess their strategies. They knew that a purely defensive posture would be unsustainable. They needed to anticipate the network's moves and develop proactive measures to counter their retaliation. Their understanding of the network structure, gleaned from Anna's astral projections and Michael's research, became their most valuable asset. They theorized that the network, now headless or at least severely weakened at the top, would likely fragment into smaller, more autonomous cells, each pursuing its own localized agenda while still adhering to the overarching goal of weakening the veil. This fragmentation presented both a challenge and an opportunity. While it made the network's activities more unpredictable, it also created more vulnerable targets. Their tactics evolved to become more mobile and adaptable. Instead of focusing solely on cleansing specific locations, they formed smaller, specialized teams capable of responding quickly to emerging threats and proactively disrupting localized network activity. Anna's ability to scout astrally became even more critical, allowing them to identify targets and plan interventions with greater precision. Sarah's energy shields became more intricate and adaptable, capable of deflecting a wider range of psychic assaults and even disrupting the energetic connections between entities. Ben learned to channel his energy blasts with greater focus and control, targeting specific weaknesses in the entity's energetic signatures. Michael expanded his knowledge of banishment rituals, developing more potent and adaptable countermeasures for different types of malevolent entities. Anna, drawing on her experiences with the network's illusions, began to develop techniques for piercing through these fabrications, training her mind to recognize the subtle inconsistencies and emotional manipulations. She also learned to project her own illusions, creating diversions and traps within the subtle realms. Their proactive strikes against the fragmented network yielded mixed results. They successfully disrupted several localized attempts to weaken the veil and provided protection to individuals being targeted by psychic manipulation. However, they also encountered pockets of resistance led by powerful, surviving elements of the network's leadership, leading to more direct and dangerous confrontations. One such confrontation occurred when a team led by Ben investigated a series of increasingly violent paranormal disturbances in an old university. Anna's astral projections revealed a powerful, charismatic entity subtly influencing a group of students, feeding on their anxieties and resentments to create a nexus of negative energy. The team's attempt to intervene led to a direct confrontation with the entity, which proved to be a skilled psychic manipulator, turning the students against them and unleashing powerful bursts of mental energy. The encounter was chaotic and dangerous, forcing the team to retreat with injuries but ultimately disrupting the entity's influence. These escalating confrontations made it clear that the war was far from over. The serpent had been wounded, but it was still capable of striking back with venomous force. Anna and her network knew they needed to be prepared for a long and arduous struggle, constantly adapting their strategies and pushing the boundaries of their abilities to counter the evolving tactics of their unseen enemy. The gathering light had exposed the darkness, but now it needed to become a burning flame, capable of withstanding the inevitable storm of retaliation. Their fight had become more strategic, more mobile, and increasingly personal, a testament to their unwavering commitment to protecting the human realm from the resurgent shadows. Part 35. The Unveiling of the Grand Design. As the fragmented elements of the network continued their retaliatory strikes, Anna and her core team focused on deciphering the underlying patterns and ultimate goals of their unseen enemy. The localized disturbances, while disruptive, seemed to point toward a larger, more cohesive agenda. Anna's continued astral projections, combined with Michael's meticulous analysis of newly discovered occult texts, began to reveal a disturbing picture. The network's long-term aim appeared to be a gradual but systematic weakening of the collective human consciousness, making humanity more susceptible to their influence on a mass scale. They were subtly manipulating societal anxieties, fueling divisions, and promoting ideologies that foster negativity and despair. The localized weakening of the veil seemed to be strategic, creating entry points for more powerful entities to subtly influence key individuals and institutions. The recurring symbols, when fully deciphered, spoke of an ancient prophecy, a time of great convergence, when the barriers between worlds would be significantly diminished, allowing for more direct and widespread interaction between the human and the unseen realms. The network, it seemed, was actively working to bring about this convergence, believing it would usher in an era of their dominance. Understanding the grand design of their enemy allowed Anna and her network to develop more targeted countermeasures. They realized they needed to shift their focus from simply reacting to disturbances to proactively countering the network's long-term strategies. This required a more specialized approach, with teams dedicated to specific areas of the unseen war. One specialized team, led by Michael, focused on identifying and neutralizing the network's attempts to weaken the Veil in key locations. Drawing on ancient rituals and newly devised countermeasures, they worked to reinforce the barriers and sever the energetic conduits the entities were creating. This often involved intense and dangerous confrontations in places steeped in dark history or actively being used for occult practices. Another team, spearheaded by Sarah and Ben, focused on combating the network's psychic manipulation efforts. Sarah developed more intricate and far-reaching energy shields capable of protecting larger groups of individuals from subtle psychic influence. Ben honed his ability to sense and disrupt the network's psychic tendrils, acting as a kind of energetic early warning system and counteragent. Anna herself dedicated more time to astral reconnaissance, venturing deeper into the subtle realms to track the movements of higher-level entities and anticipate their strategic moves. Her ability to navigate these treacherous landscapes improved, but the risks remained immense, with each foray carrying potential for direct and devastating psychic attack. The fight against the network became increasingly personal. The entities seemed to recognize Anna and her core team as significant threats, and their retaliations became more targeted and insidious. Illusions designed to prey on their deepest fears and insecurities became more frequent and more convincing. Psychic attacks became more potent and harder toad-flecked. The lines between their waking lives and the unseen war blurred, creating a constant sense of unease and danger. One particularly harrowing incident involved Ben, who was targeted by a powerful psychic entity that attempted to possess him, using illusions of his deceased family to lower his defenses. Only Anna's swift astral intervention and Sarah's potent energy shields managed to break the entity's hold, leaving Ben deeply shaken but alive. These escalating personal attacks highlighted the sacrifices they were making in this unseen war. Their dedication to protecting humanity came at a significant cost to their own well-being and safety. The constant stress and the ever-present threat of psychic intrusion took a toll on their physical and mental health. Despite the growing risks, their understanding of the network's grand design fueled their determination. They knew what their enemy was ultimately striving for, and they were resolved to prevent it at all costs. The unveiling of the grand design had transformed their fight from a series of reactive skirmishes into a strategic war with a clear objective: to thwart the network's plans of the Great Convergence and protect the human realm from their encroaching darkness. Their specialized teams, their evolving abilities, and their unwavering commitment formed a growing bulwark against the tide of the unseen war, each personal sacrifice a testament to their dedication to the light. Part 36. Striking at the heart. With a clearer understanding of the network's grand design and the identities of some of its key leaders gleaned through Anna's astral reconnaissance, the focus of their efforts shifted towards direct strikes against the heart of the organization. They knew that dismantling the command structure would be the most effective way to cripple the network's long-term plans and provide a significant reprieve for the human realm. The ancient, shadowy figures Anna had identified in the subtle realms became their primary targets. Through painstaking research and the combined knowledge of the network, they began to uncover the true names and histories of these ancient beings, along with any known weaknesses or vulnerabilities. Michael's expertise in ancient banishment rituals became even more critical as they sought ways to permanently sever the entity's connection to the human realm. To engage these powerful beings directly, Anna and her core team developed advanced offensive tactics, pushing the limits of their individual and collective abilities. Anna honed her astral projection skills to an unprecedented degree, learning to manifest more tangibly in the subtle realms, capable of directly confronting and engaging the entities in psychic combat. Sarah learned to weave incredibly potent energy constructs, forming weapons and shields of pure light capable of harming the shadowy beings. Ben refined his ability to channel focused energy blasts into precise psychic strikes, targeting the entity's core essence. Their first major target was an ancient entity known as the Weaver, a being that Anna had discovered was instrumental in subtly manipulating societal anxieties and weaving the threads of division within the human consciousness. Her astral projections revealed the Weaver residing in a nexus of negative energy beneath a seemingly ordinary historical museum, its influence radiating outwards like invisible tendrils. The team meticulously planned their assault. Anna led the way astrally, guiding Sarah and Ben to the treacherous subtle landscapes surrounding the Weaver's lair. Michael prepared a complex banishment ritual, timed to coincide with their psychic attack. The confrontation in the subtle realms was a brutal and disorienting battle of wills. The Weaver unleashed torrents of psychic manipulation, attempting to ensnare their minds in illusions of fear and despair. Anna, drawing on her hard-won resilience, fought back with focused mental strikes, disrupting its influence. Sarah's radiant energy constructs acted as both shields and weapons, searing the shadowy form of the entity, while Ben's precise energy blast targeted its core essence. Simultaneously, Michael began the banishment ritual in the physical realm, his ancient words resonating with power in both worlds. The combined assault proved effective, severing the Weaver's connection to the human realm and causing a significant disruption in the network's ability to sow discord. Their success emboldened them, but also alerted the remaining leadership to their direct threat. The retaliations became more focused and more dangerous, targeting not just individuals within their network, but their personal lives and loved ones. The stakes of their war had escalated dramatically. Their next target was an entity known as a collector, a being that fed directly on intense fear and despair, and whom Anna had discovered was orchestrating the creation of several major negative energy hotspots. The collector resided in a volatile nexus beneath an abandoned asylum, its presence amplifying the residual suffering of the location. The assault on the collector was even more perilous. The entity was a powerful psychic predator, capable of directly draining their emotional energy and turning their fears against them. Anna had to delve deeper into her own reserves of courage and resilience to withstand its influence. Sarah's energy shield became a vital lifeline, protecting them from the entity's draining aura, while Ben's focused energy blast attempted to disrupt its ability to feed. Michael's banishment ritual required precise timing and immense concentration, as the collector fought back with raw psychic power. The battle was a harrowing test of their combined strength and resolve, pushing them to the very limits of their abilities. They ultimately succeeded in banishing Collector, but not without significant personal cost, leaving them emotionally and physically drained. These direct strikes against the network's leadership were taking a toll. The risks were immense, and the potential for loss was ever present. However, with each successful banishment, they felt a tangible shift in the balance of power, a weakening of the ancient darkness's grip on the human realm. The gathering light was now striking directly at the heart of the serpent, and while the fight was far from over, they were beginning to see a glimmer of hope for a future free from a network's insidious influence. The stakes were higher than ever, and the battles more dangerous, but their determination to dismantle the command structure of the unseen war remained unwavering. Part 37. The Final Reckoning. With several key figures in the network's leadership vanquished, Anna and her core team knew that the remaining high-level entities would be even more powerful and more desperate. The retaliations against their network became increasingly brutal and targeted, and the subtle manipulations of the human realm intensified as the remaining leaders fought to maintain their influence and prevent the complete unraveling of their grand design. Anna's astral projections revealed a final, concentrated nexus of dark energy, a gathering point for the remaining ancient beings. This nexus was located deep within a forgotten subterranean system beneath a major metropolitan city, a place steeped in layers of hidden history and occult resonance. The energy signature emanating from this location was immense, radiating a palpable sense of ancient power and malevolent intent, signaling the final stand of the network's leadership. The team knew that confronting such a concentration of power would be their most dangerous undertaking yet. The risks of failure were high, and the potential for permanent psychic or even physical harm was significant. However, they also understood that this was their opportunity to strike a decisive blow against the ancient darkness, to potentially sever its influence on the human realm once and for all. Their preparations for this final reckoning were meticulous and intense. Michael delved into the most powerful and ancient banishment rituals, preparing countermeasures for the specific entities Anna had identified. Sarah focused on amplifying her energy shields to withstand the immense psychic onslaught they anticipated. Ben honed his energy projection abilities to deliver focused strikes with maximum force. Anna prepared herself for the most intense astral confrontations of her life, knowing that she would likely face the remaining leaders in a direct battle of wills in the subtle realms. She drew on every ounce of her hard-won resilience, her understanding of the network's tactics, and her unwavering commitment to protecting humanity. The infiltration of the subterranean nexus was a descent into heart of darkness. The air grew heavy and oppressive as they ventured deeper, the walls adorned with unsettling symbols and radiating a palpable sense of ancient evil. They faced not only residual dark energies and lesser entities guarding the nexus, but also powerful psychic defenses erected by the remaining leaders. Anna led the way astrally, navigating the treacherous subtle landscapes ahead of the physical team, guiding them through illusions and psychic traps. The closer they got to the central chamber, the more intense the resistance became. In the subtle realms, Anna was confronted by the remaining high-level entities, their power immense and their rage palpable. They unleashed torrents of psychic assault, attempting to crush her will and ensnare her mind in terrifying visions. The battle in the central chamber was a chaotic and brutal convergence of physical and psychic warfare. Michael's ancient banishment rituals clashed against the entity's raw power, creating volatile surges of energy. Sarah's amplified shield strained under the immense psychic pressure, protecting the team from devastating mental attacks. Ben's focused energy blast struck at the entity's core essence, disrupting their power and creating openings for Anna's astral strikes. Anna engaged in a fierce and protracted battle of wills with the remaining leaders in the subtle realms. They were ancient and powerful beings, wielding psychic abilities beyond anything she had encountered before. They probed her deepest fears and insecurities, attempting to break her resolve and turn her against her own allies. The mental struggle was a harrowing test of her sanity and her very will to survive. During the intense psychic battle, Anna faced illusions of her past torment, the ancient entity she had first encountered returning to taunt her. But this time, she did not succumb to fear. Drawing on the strength she had gained from her community and her unwavering purpose, she shattered the illusions and pushed back with the full force of her own will. The final confrontation was with the most powerful of the remaining leaders, an ancient entity radiating an aura of absolute dominion. The psychic battle was a cataclysmic clash of light and shadow, pushing Anna to the very limits of her abilities. She drew on the combined strength of her team, the support of her network, and the unwavering belief in the light she was fighting for. In a final, desperate act of will, Anna, with the combined power of Michael's banishment ritual reaching crescendo in the physical realm, unleashed a focused psychic strike that severed the entity's connection to the nexus and to the human realm. The effect was immediate and devastating. The immense dark energy in the chamber began to dissipate. The remaining entities shrieked in psychic agony, and the oppressive atmosphere began to lift. The team managed to escape the collapsing nexus, battered and emotionally drained, but victorious. The heart of the serpent had been struck a mortal blow. The remaining element of the network, severed from their leadership and their central power source, would likely crumble and dissipate over time. The victory came at a significant cost. Ben sustained severe psychic wounds during the final confrontation, leaving his heightened sensitivities permanently damaged. The battle had pushed them all to their limits, leaving them emotionally and physically exhausted. But as they emerged from the darkness of the subterranean nexus into the light of the surface world, a profound sense of peace settled over them. The long and arduous war against the unseen darkness was finally over. The gathering light had triumphed, but the scars of the battle would remain, a testament to the sacrifices they had made and the enduring strength of their collective resolve. Stage 4 had reached its climactic conclusion, a hard-won victory in the face of unimaginable darkness, paving the way for a future free from the network's insidious influence, but forever marked by the battles they had fought and the losses they had endured. Part 38. The Dawn of a Fragile Peace. The immediate aftermath of their victory in the subterranean nexus was a period of profound exhaustion and quiet relief. The oppressive weight that had clung to Anna and her network for so long finally lifted, replaced by a fragile sense of peace. The constant threat of psychic intrusion and the pervasive awareness of malevolent forces began to recede, allowing them to finally breathe without the ever-present tension of the unseen war. However, the cost of their victory was evident. Ben's psychic wounds were severe, leaving him more vulnerable to residual energies and requiring intensive healing and shielding. The entire team was emotionally and physically drained, the cumulative stress of their prolonged battle taking its toll. The scars of the war, both visible and invisible, would remain with them. The dismantling of the remaining fragments of the network was a gradual but systematic process. Severed from their leadership and their central power source, the autonomous cells began to weaken and dissipate. Anna and her network, though weary, remained vigilant, tracking down and neutralizing any lingering pockets of malevolent influence. Their expanded network of allies, now aware of the larger war that had been fought, played a crucial role in identifying and containing these residual threats. Anna, though physically and emotionally drained, took on the responsibility of coordinating these efforts, her heightened senses still invaluable in detecting the subtle traces of the network's presence. Michael, drawing on his deep knowledge of occult lore, developed specialized cleansing rituals to purify locations that had been tainted by dark energy. Sarah continued to refine her energy shielding techniques, creating protective barriers around vulnerable individuals and communities. The healing process for Ben was long and arduous, requiring intensive energy work from Sarah and the support of the entire network. While his full sensitivity never completely returned to its previous level, he gradually learned to manage his vulnerabilities and found new ways to contribute his unique insights to their ongoing efforts. As the immediate threat subsided, Anna and her core team began to focus on the long-term implications of their war. They understood that the ancient darkness they had battled was a persistent force, and that vigilance would be crucial to prevent its resurgence. They dedicated themselves to educating others about the unseen world, empowering individuals to recognize the signs of malevolent influence and to develop their own protective measures. Their network evolved from a reactive fighting force into a proactive guardian, establishing safe havens, offering guidance and support, and working to raise awareness about the hidden realities that existed alongside the mundane world. Anna's artwork took on a new dimension, becoming a tool for education and empowerment, visually depicting the unseen energies and offering symbolic representations of protection and resilience. The world, for Anna, never fully returned to the naive normalcy she had once known. The veil had been lifted, and she remained acutely aware of the subtle currents of the unseen. But this awareness was no longer a source of fear and anxiety. It had become a tool, a responsibility, and a connection to a larger reality. Years passed. The overt signs of the network's influence faded, and a fragile peace settled over the human realm. Anna and her network continued their work, their numbers growing as more individuals awakened to the unseen realities. They became silent guardians, working in the shadows to protect humanity from persistent threat of the ancient darkness. Ben, though forever marked by a sacrifice, found a new purpose in mentoring others who were newly awakened to their sensitivities. Michael dedicated his life to researching and archiving ancient lore related to the unseen world, creating a valuable resource for their network. Sarah became a powerful healer and protector, her energy shields a source of comfort and safety for many. Anna, having faced the abyss and emerged victorious, became a beacon of hope and resilience for their community. She carried the scars of her war, but they served as a testament to her strength and her unwavering commitment to the light. The gathering light had not only pushed back the darkness, but it also illuminated a new path forward, a future where humanity was no longer entirely blind to the unseen realities that surrounded them. The final chapter stage was not a triumphant celebration, but quiet dawn, a fragile peace hard-won through immense sacrifice and unwavering resolve. The war against the ancient darkness had ended, at least for now, but the vigilance remained, a quiet promise to stand guard against any future resurgence. The scars serve as a reminder of the battles fought, the losses endured, and the enduring strength of the human spirit to confront and overcome even the most unimaginable darkness, ushering in an era of hard-earned peace and a watchful awareness of the unseen world. All right. Prepare for a chapter of reflection, legacy, and the subtle hints that the war against the unseen darkness might never truly be over. Here is a significantly expanded version of the story content for Part 9 of Stage 4, aiming for that substantial word count while maintaining an English voice for an American audience and focusing on the long-term impact of their fight, the establishment of their legacy, and the subtle, unsettling signs that vigilance remains paramount. Part 39, Echoes in the Light. The years following their victory in the subterranean nexus brought a semblance of lasting peace, A quiet dawn where the overt threats of the ancient network had receded. Anna and her network continued their work, no longer in the heat of battle, but as steadfast guardians. Their efforts focused on education, support, and the subtle maintenance of the hard-won equilibrium between the seen and unseen worlds. Their network expanded organically, drawing in individuals who had experienced their own brushes with the darkness or who possessed an innate sensitivity to the subtle energies. Anna became a respected mentor, guiding newcomers and sharing the hard-learned lessons of her own ordeal. Her artwork evolved further, becoming intricate tapestries of light and shadow, visual guides to navigating the complexities of the unseen realms and potent talismans of protection. Michael dedicated himself to codifying their knowledge, compiling their research into ancient lore, their understanding of the network's tactics, and their own developed countermeasures into comprehensive guides and archives. He envisioned creating a lasting legacy, ensuring that future generations will be equipped to recognize and combat the ancient darkness should it ever resurface. Sarah's healing abilities flourished, and she established sanctuaries, both physical and energetic, where those wounded by encounters with the unseen could find solace and recovery. Her empathetic connection to the subtle energies allowed her to mend not only psychic wounds, but also to soothe the lingering emotional trauma that such encounters often left behind. Ben, though his full sensitivity had not returned, became a wise and insightful counselor, his own experiences lending a profound depth to his understanding of the challenges faced by others. He developed techniques for grounding and centering that proved invaluable for maintaining stability in a world where the veil felt perpetually thin. Life for Anna settled into a rhythm of creation, teaching and quiet vigilance. The intense fear and paranoia that had once consumed her were largely replaced by a calm awareness and a deep-seated sense of purpose. She found joy in her art, strength in her community, and a quiet satisfaction in the knowledge that their sacrifices had made a tangible difference in protecting the human realm. However, the echoes of the war lingered. Anna's heightened senses remained, a constant reminder of the unseen realities that surrounded them. In moments of deep quiet, she would still perceive faint whispers, not the malevolent commands of network, but subtle currents of energy, the murmurings of a world just beyond human perception. The feeling of being watched never entirely vanished, though it evolved from a sense of threat to a more neutral awareness of other presences. Occasionally, reports would surface from within their network, a localized surge of negative energy in a historically tainted location, a series of unusually vivid and disturbing dreams plaguing a sensitive individual, a fleeting glimpse of a familiar shadowy figure in the periphery of vision. These incidents were always investigated thoroughly, but they often proved to be isolated echoes, residual traces of the network's past influence. Yet, a subtle unease persisted, a nagging intuition that the ancient darkness might not be entirely vanquished, merely dormant, waiting for another opportunity to the weakened veil. The great convergence spoken of in the ancient prophecies remained a distant but unsettling possibility, a potential future where the barriers between worlds might once again weaken significantly. Anna and her core team maintained a quiet vigilance, constantly monitoring the subtle currents of the unseen world, ever prepared to respond should the darkness stir again. They established a network of sentinels, individuals with heightened sensitivity stationed in key locations, acting as early warning systems. The legacy of their war began to take root in unexpected ways. Michael's archives became a sought-after resource for researchers and individuals seeking a deeper understanding of the paranormal. Sarah's healing sanctuaries became beacons of hope for those struggling with unseen forces. Anna's artwork, initially a personal expression of her trauma, evolved into a powerful symbol of resilience and a guide for navigating the hidden realms. As the years passed, the original members of Anna's core team began to age, their physical forms bearing the marks of their long and arduous battle. But their spirit remained strong, their commitment unwavering. They had faced the darkness and emerged into the light, leaving behind a legacy of courage, resilience, and a network of guardians prepared to stand watch for generations to come. In the quiet moments, as Anna gazed at her intricate artwork depicting the ongoing dance of light and shadow, she couldn't shake the subtle feeling that their peace, though hard-won, was fragile. The echoes of the war still resonated in the subtle realms, a quiet reminder that the ancient darkness was patient, and that vigilance remained the eternal price of their freedom. The dawn of peace was beautiful, But the lessons of the long night would never be forgotten. Staged were concluded not with definitive end, but with a steadfast commitment to remain watchful. The echoes of their battles serving as a constant reminder of the unseen war that might one day stir again in the light. Part 40. The Enduring Watch. Decades passed since the climactic battle in the subterranean nexus. The overt signs of the ancient network's influence had faded into the realm of historical accounts within Anna's network. The fragile peace they had fought so hard to secure had become a more stable, though never absolute reality. The world at large remained largely unaware of the unseen war that had been waged in the shadows, their lives untouched by the terrifying intrusions that Anna and her community had faced. Anna, now an elder within the network, watched with a quiet sense of pride as the legacy of their struggle took root in a new generation. The archives meticulously compiled by Michael became invaluable resources for those newly awakened to their sensitivities, providing a roadmap for understanding and navigating complexities of the unseen world. Sarah's healing sanctuaries flourished, becoming beacons of hope and recovery for individuals grappling with paranormal trauma. Ben's wisdom and grounding techniques became foundational teachings within their community, offering stability in a world where the veil could still feel thin. Anna's artwork, now displayed in quiet corners of their network safe havens, serve as both a reminder of the battles fought and a source of inspiration and protection. Her intricate tapestries of light and shadow told the story of their war, offering solace and guidance to those who walked a similar path. The network itself evolved, adapting to the changing times and embracing new technologies to enhance their communication and monitoring capabilities. Younger generations, raised on awareness of the unseen world passed down by their elders, brought fresh perspectives and innovative approaches to their ongoing watch. They developed sophisticated sensor technologies to detect subtle energy fluctuations and created secure digital networks for sharing information and coordinating their efforts. Though the ancient leaders of the network had been vanquished, the understanding remained that the darkness itself was a persistent force, capable of stirring again in different forms and through different agents. The vigilance established by Anna and her core team became a deeply ingrained tradition within their community, a quiet promise to remain ever watchful. Anna, in her later years, often reflected on the journey she had undertaken, from a terrified victim to a leader in a hidden war. The scars of her past remained, not as wounds that still bled, but as indelible marks of strength and resilience. She had faced unimaginable darkness and emerged into a life filled with purpose and connection. One of the most significant developments was the establishment of training centers, discreetly located and carefully shielded, where individuals with heightened sensitivities could learn to understand and control their abilities and to contribute to the ongoing watch. These centers became hubs of knowledge and empowerment, ensuring that the legacy of their fight would endure. As the original core team began to pass on, their stories became legends within the network, tales of courage, sacrifice, and unwavering dedication to the light. Anna, in her final years, became a living embodiment of their enduring spirit, her presence a source of wisdom and inspiration for the generations that followed. In the quiet moments, as she looked out at a world largely unaware of the battles fought in the shadows, Anna felt a sense of both peace and a profound responsibility. The fragile peace they had secured was a precious gift, earned through immense sacrifice. The enduring watch was their promise to honor that sacrifice and protect the generations to come from the ancient darkness that still lurked beyond the veil. The final chapter staged for was not a dramatic confrontation, but a quiet passing of the torch. A new generation, armed with the knowledge and the legacy of those who came before, stood ready to continue the enduring watch. The light that Anna and her community had kindled continued to burn brightly in the darkness, a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit and the unwavering commitment to protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. The war might have faded into a quiet vigilance, but the lessons learned and the legacy forged would endure, ensuring that the light would continue to push back against the shadows for generations to come.